we're gonna get started. All right, well, I'm gonna try. Yeah. Are we ready? Good evening and welcome. Tonight is Monday, May 6th, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the Minnetonka City Council. I will call this meeting to order, and I will ask to have you stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Falk, would you please call roll?
Wilburn.
Here.
Calvert.
Here.
Rameli.
Here.
Coakley.
Here.
Foster Bolton.
Here.
Shack.
Here.
Wearsome.
Here. Next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda, and tonight we have perhaps a more complex approval of the agenda than we normally have. I believe we have a couple of addenda, and we also have an agenda amendment. So I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Funk.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. Before I announce the addenda additions and the addenda, I do want to just announce that with our space here in our council chambers, we do have a fire code of 160. I think we're nearing that. We do have staff that's monitoring that to make sure we're in compliance with the fire code. We do have live streaming out in the hallway as well as in the overflow room. So if staff has asked folks to not enter the council chambers, that's why, and we do have availability in the spaces I just mentioned. With that, Mayor and Council, two items for your consideration on tonight's addenda. The first is item 10D related to the community facility study. The community facility study report in the packet was not fully loaded, so that is now available for your consideration. The second item is related to item 14A, which is Mills Town Twin Homes, There are additional public comments that were received after the distribution of the packet, and so those are also included for your information. So those are the two addenda items. What is then the third item for your consideration is to add an agenda item. That is in front of you here this evening. It would be item 10E, which would be under the consent item, which is a resolution supporting a fiscal year 2025 community project funding. There is a brief staff report in front of you. I will just read the summary statement for your consideration. This is the United States House Committee on Appropriations recently announced the Community Project Funding, it's CPF for the acronym, request from members of Congress for consideration in the fiscal year 2025 cycle. This year, our police and fire chiefs, both Chief Borboom and Chief Fox, made a request and submitted a request for consideration through Congressman Deep Phillips' office for costs associated with the replacement of portable and mobile radios. The current radios have reached their end of life, and they are in our CIP, so Council, as we enter our capital improvement conversations for our 2025 budget cycle, that has been an identified cost previously. It is still in our current CIP, but we have an opportunity for grant funding through the U.S. government through Representative or Congressman Dean Phillips' office. So what this resolution in front of you tonight does is a resolution of support for that amount of $1.275 million. As always, we as staff and the city are trying to achieve funding sources outside of our own property tax dollars, and so this is an opportunity for us, and we look for your support of that resolution under item, again, 10E under consent. So those are the three considerations. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
All right, and Mr. Funk, just for clarity, can we do that all in one motion now, that, or do we have to do the agenda amendment as a separate motion?
As I understand it from the city attorney, unless she corrects us differently, you have one motion for all three items.
All right, so we have before us an agenda with two addenda and an agenda amendment. Is there a motion, Councilmember Calvert?
Thank you, Mayor. I make the motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Is there a second? And
the agenda item addition.
Very good. And Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Shack. Ms. Falk, please call roll.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Rameli.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is approval of minutes, and we have 3 sets of minutes, and they are, and I think we can do these all in one motion. We have item 5A is the April 8th, 2024 Local Board of Assessment and Equalization. I always want to say amortization, and that's not it. It's assessment and equalization, the meeting minutes for that. Then we have the April 22nd, 2024 Local Board of Assessment and Equalization meeting minutes. And then finally, the April 22nd, 2024 regular meeting minutes. Is there a motion? Councilor Shack?
Thank you, Mayor. I move approval of all 3 sets of minutes.
And Councilmember Romali?
I'll second.
All right, we've got, and Councilor Calvert, do you have a comment?
I just wanted to mention that I did have a slight
Correction.
correction or just clarification. Yeah.
Okay, very good. So we have a motion by Councilor Shack and a second by Councilor Romali. Ms. Falk, please call roll.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Romali.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. So item 6 is special matters, and we've got quite a few of those tonight, but 6A is a report from the Hennepin County District Court Chief Judge, Carrie Meyer. And I want to welcome you and thank you for being here tonight. And Judge Meyer, yes, right up here, and good to have you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me. My name is Carrie Meyer. I'm Chief Judge of the Hennepin County District Court, 4th Judicial District. What? Okay. I want to thank you for having me tonight. I thank the mayor and the city manager for attending our open house in January and then inviting us to share the information with the rest of your council and your city. We have a brief video, which hopefully uploaded correctly, that just does an overview. You also got a handout, right? And so this is just kind of a more live version of that. And it saves me from going through a PowerPoint. So
Very
here
good.
you go. I see someone's driving.
It'll be there momentarily. Thank you.
The 4th Judicial District of Minnesota is the largest of the 10 districts in the Minnesota Judicial Branch. The 4th serves nearly 1.3 million residents within the 45 cities that make up Hennepin County. The 4th Judicial District serves the community from 6 facilities, including locations in Brooklyn Center, Minnetonka, and Minneapolis. We take pride in providing quality service to our community. Our commitment to service includes many firsts and innovations. The first African American Chief District Judge in Minnesota, first live stream of a trial in the state, developed e-file and serve paperless filing system used throughout the branch, self-help centers, which have become the norm throughout the state, a focus on treatment courts for drug addiction, DWI, mental health, and veterans. A race equity initiative launched in 2017, providing text and email reminders of court appearances, which are now standard across the state. Created a Youth Justice Council in juvenile court, providing a warrant helpline that reduces failure to appear and helps clear warrants without incarceration. The mission of the 4th Judicial District is to provide justice through a system that assures equal access for the fair and timely resolution of cases and controversy.
The 4th Judicial District consists of 5 court divisions: civil, criminal, family, juvenile, and probate mental health. Services are provided at 6 locations: Hennepin County Government Center, Family Justice Center, Juvenile Justice Center, the Public Safety Facility, and the Brookdale and Ridgedale courthouses. In 2023, the 4th handled over 405,000 filings. That is 37% of the state's legal filings. Our district has 63 judges. That number is set by the state legislature. In addition, we have 13 referees. Referees are licensed attorneys, and in Hennepin County, we use our referees like judges. We also have over 560 employees across our entire district. These are the people that support our 1.3 million residents.
There are several priorities the 4th is focusing on for 2024. These priorities address the challenges facing our court system and impacting our community. To continue providing services in an efficient manner, we must address increased filings in housing court with a 76% increase since 2019. The court's most serious felony filings are consistently increasing each year. Over 20,000 interpreter requests in 2023 for 83 languages. Increased need for services for defendants experiencing addiction and mental health issues. Increased need for more public defenders to reduce number of self-represented litigants and defendants. Over 75% of family court litigants are self-represented. Increased need for more caseworkers for the Child in Need of Protection Services program. The 4th Judicial District is grateful to the people in our community who give of their time and talents to make the legal system flow efficiently, from citizens serving as jurors to county and city administrators working with our teams. Hennepin County's residents are served well by the contributions of many. Together, we work toward a better future and equal justice for all.
So I know you have a very full agenda tonight.
We do.
There's a lot of people behind
And a full house. We
And
have
a full
full
house.
tonight.
And they're not here for me. So I just have a couple of things I want to update you on. In 2023, we collected and returned to the city of Minnetonka over $145,000 in fines and surcharges. That was your portion of that. Obviously, it helps to pay your prosecutors, and so that's how you should think of that money, I think. We also, last Friday, had a warrant resolution event, which hopefully you heard about. No, I'm kidding. But we helped over 68 people came in, and we got them some services. We recalled a lot of warrants. We're still working on the exact numbers, resolved some cases, but mostly we had folks who walked away without that burden of having those active warrants on their conscience. Those are rare, right? Those events take a lot of planning, a lot of work with the community, but we have that warrant helpline that you heard about in the video every day. So people can always call in if they know they have a warrant. We will schedule court for them. As soon as they show up, we recall their warrants. So that's an ongoing endeavor, not just a one-day event. We recently started juror support counseling for the trauma that can be part of the juror experience, which is clearly not what we hope for people when they show up for jury service, but in those cases where it just the really tough cases statewide, that program has just gone into place, and we're hoping the legislature will help fund it. And finally, we continue to adjust our post-pandemic realities with our case distributions, and part of my job as chief is to make sure that we have our resources in the right spot, both our judicial officers and our support staff, and so I continue to watch the filings and things like that. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, you have a full house.
Well, we do have a full house, but I think your being here is really important. And I did want to say that your open house that you had, that the city manager and I attended, was very informative and very helpful. So I'm very pleased that you could be here tonight. So, Council, any questions for Judge Meyer? Councilor Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions, but I do want to thank you on behalf of the city, and also on my day job. I'm a family law attorney, and I know the work that the bench does, especially in the family court. And Hennepin County has really been on the cutting edge and has done a lot for pro se litigants and for just moving things along and swift justice, which I think is really important. So I just want to let you know we appreciate you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Councilor Calvert?
What Councilmember Shack said.
Okay, very good, very good. And I'll just reiterate that. I think, the workload and the amount of things that you face as a court system is really significant. And this Hennepin County and your district, this is the largest district in the state, and it's really impressive all the work that you do and how dependent we are on the courts. And I can speak. I have adult children with disabilities, and so I've been in family court, and I have to tell you, I was very impressed. And the new forms that are coming out digitally, that is a huge improvement. I love those. Every May I would have to fill those out, and And actually, my wife took care of it this year, and it was great. I didn't even see him. So, but thank you. I think the improvements that you're making really make a difference in people's lives, and they're very much appreciated.
Thank you for that and those comments. It really helps us to know that the work we put into that is helpful. And I'm always available, right? Part of this is now we know each other, right? And so you are always welcome to call me directly if you have any questions about what's going on in court. Not a specific case, but you know.
Right.
in
We
general.
understand. We know how that works.
Thank you so much for your
Thanks
time.
for being here. Have a good night.
Thank you.
So we have 4 proclamations tonight. So I'm going to do one, and I've asked other council members to pick up the others. So, and I need to put my glasses on to read this. So I'm going to read the proclamation for National Public Works Week, which is May 19 through 25, 2024. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the city of Minnetonka. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for citizens, civic leaders, and children in the city of Minnetonka to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs and in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2024 marks the 64th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association, now therefore be it resolved that the City of Minnetonka hereby proclaims the week of May 19 through 25th, 2024 as National Public Works Week. I urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and the government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contribution they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. So thank you to Public Works personnel. So that is item 6B. Item 6C is the Drinking Water Week proclamation, and Councilmember Shack will read that.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas water is our most valuable resource, and whereas drinking water serves a vital role in daily life, serving an essential purpose to health, hydration, and hygiene needs for the quality of life of our citizens to enjoy, and whereas tap water delivers public health protection, fire protection, support for our economy, and the quality of life we enjoy, and whereas communities rely on the hard work performed by the entire water sector to transport high-quality drinking water from its source to consumer taps, whether it's engineers designing capital projects, operators ensuring the safety and quality of drinking water, or a member of a pipe crew maintaining the infrastructure. And whereas all the stewards of the water infrastructure upon which current and future generations depend, and whereas the citizens of our city are called upon to protect our source waters from pollution, practice water conservation, and get involved with their water by familiarizing themselves with it. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Minnetonka City Council hereby proclaims May 5th through May 11th, 2024 as Drinking Water Week in the city of Minnetonka.
Thank you, Councilmember Shack. Our next proclamation, item 6D, is the Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month proclamation, and Councilmember Wilburn will read that.
Whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Week was first celebrated in 1978 and first designated a month-long celebration in 1992, whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month seeks to honor the contributions of residents of Asian, Indian, and Pacific Island descent, Whereas accomplishments from Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have led to great advancements in culture, politics, economics, technology, and more. And whereas during Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, we acknowledge Asian American and Pacific Islanders who live in and work in Minnetonka and acknowledge their contributions to the success of our community. Therefore, be it resolved that the Minnetonka City Council does hereby declare the month of May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of Minnetonka.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilburn. And then finally, item 6E is Jewish American Heritage Month proclamation, and Councilmember Calvert will read that.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm happy to do this. It's the day after the community celebrated Yom HaShoah, which is Holocaust Remembrance Day, which was yesterday at my own congregation, so this is meaningful to me. Whereas Jewish American Heritage Week was first celebrated in 1980 and expanded to Jewish Heritage Month in 2006, and whereas Jewish American Heritage Month seeks to honor the contributions of residents of Jewish descent, and whereas accomplishments from Jewish Americans have led to great advancements in culture, politics, economics, technology, and more, whereas during Jewish American Heritage Month, we acknowledge Jewish Americans who live in and work in Minnetonka and acknowledge their contributions to the success of our community. And whereas acknowledgement and understanding can help challenge anti-Semitism and break negative stereotypes about Jewish Americans and the Jewish faith, and furthers the city's commitment to being a leader in racial equity and inclusion, therefore be it resolved that the Minnetonka City Council does hereby declare the month of May as Jewish American Heritage Month in the city of Minnetonka.
Thank you, Councilmember Calvert. So that ends item 6, special matters, and we move to item 7, which is reports from city manager and council members, and I will first turn to Mr. Funk.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again, Council. A couple items for your consideration. One is first public works related with the nice weather. You probably noticed our street sweepers have been out. That work has wrapped up this last week, so I appreciate our staff, and it does take about a month's worth of work to complete that, and it beautifies our community. Also just want to mention that our forestry staff, in collaboration with the University of Minnesota, held a tree steward workshop this past Saturday in the community center. So again, thanks to our staff and for everyone in the community that participated in that event. Last thing I just want to mention quickly is a little dear to my heart is the Silver Skates Ice Review. So it's ice skating, and for those that have not participated or been to that event over the years, it was this last year our 48th annual review. So long-standing event. My niece is a skater, but it's a 3-day event that spans Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's a couple hours in length and just tremendous skating that happens at our ice rink. So huge thanks to our staff. John Heckman, our ice arena manager, and our staff that convert our ice skating rink to ice rink to ice skating for the event. The place is packed for 3 days in a row. So really appreciate the efforts, and what a great community event. So with that, Mayor and Council, I turn it back to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Funk. Council members, do you have any reports to make? Anyone? Councilmember Calvert.
I will keep it hopefully exceedingly brief. I just wanted to report that I did attend the Southwest Suburban Cable Commission meeting since the last meeting, and it seems like it might be boring, but there's a lot of legislation having to do with your access to broadband cable. There was legislation that was very important to broadband for all at the state legislature, and there is rulemaking at the FCC that would enable cities once again to recapture some franchise fees, which would allow us to do things like fund community programming, which is important because as our local papers start going out of business, it's still a way of getting really important news out to the community. And they also talked about, we talked about things like legislation regarding AI and so forth. So it was a very informative meeting. And I also wanted to once again just mention that it was Yom HaShoah, the Holocaust Remembrance Day yesterday, and it was especially meaningful for the Jewish community because These are very difficult times, and we need support in the community. These are dark days. There hasn't been this much anti-Semitism since World War II, and I've been very grateful for people in the community, including Pastor Lant, who was at an interfaith Thanksgiving service this past fall with my rabbi and some other clergy people for his support to the Jewish community. So I just wanted everyone just to give it a little thought. We lost 6 million people in World War II, including several of my family members, and we lost 1,400 people in Israel, and there are still people who are captive. So there are people that are hurting, and I just thank you for letting me speak about it for a moment.
Thank you, Councilmember Calvert. Councilmember Coakley.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say something about on Friday, my daughter and her friends was walking up Excelsior, and as they were walking, they saw in the bushes right off the Excelsior between the fire department and Hilltop. They saw my yard signs and some ranked choice voting yard signs backed up and tossed to the side of the road in some bushes. And I just want to bring attention to, since we have a nice crowd here, to talk about how, this is a community, we're candidates, we have different people care about different issues, whether it's ranked choice or whatever it is, we have the no zoning signs. People should not be stealing, removing people yard signs. I know Jan Westmoreland just came off the same issue. I have a neighbor who put signs in his yard for candidates. He let anyone, it doesn't matter which candidate you are, he let each side put a yard sign there. And folks was taking her yard signs, they've taken several of my yard signs. And I just think it's very disgusting that we have folks in our city that does this. It's really sad that a 15-year-old and her friend had to find these signs there, and I had to talk to my daughter about how it's inappropriate, it shouldn't happen. And if my daughter can understand that, I know the folks in our city can understand that. I mean, it's not right. I don't think it's fair. I think it's disgusting, and I just think people should be adults, because I don't think children are doing this. So folks should be adults, and they should be respectful of other candidates and other issues, and they just shouldn't do it. So I just appreciate if we can regulate our emotions and get ourselves together. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Coakley. Anyone else? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, we've got a lot of elections to run as a city this year, and staff did a fantastic job with the special primary election last week. If you were here, it was like a well-oiled machine, although there was a lot of stuff going on, but in and out in, a couple minutes flat. And so that was great. And thanks to staff and all the folks who voted. Also, we're going to turn around and do it again next week. And so really appreciate the hard work that's gone into that.
Anyone else? All right, well, go ahead,
Just
Councilmember
to
O'Malley.
follow up on Councilmember Shack's, thank you, Mayor. To follow up on Councilmember Shack's remark, I just want to say a special congratulations to Minnetonka, which had the highest turnout of all the cities in HC6. So well done, Minnetonka.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Romali. I've got a couple things today. Anyone else? I want to make sure I don't step on anybody. So a couple of comments. One is on April 24th, I attended the fentanyl summit that was put on by the Justice Department, and Andy Luger hosted it. And there was a good number of people there. I thought maybe we could have had a few more people there because it was an important topic. And fentanyl is not something I spent a lot of time thinking about, but I want to provide. It was very moving and it was very significant. The first panel that was there was of families who have lost loved ones to fentanyl poisoning because that's really what it is. I mean, there's certainly drug abuse, but fentanyl is one of those drugs that you can be pretty innocent and end up dead. And but it's not about who's ending up dead. It's a risk to everyone. And so there were a couple of statistics that I thought were really significant. The Strib said on Friday, or this weekend, that last year Minnesota traffic deaths are down. 413 people died in Minnesota on our highways in 2023. Last year, there were over 1,000 fentanyl or opioid overdose deaths in Minnesota, 2.5 times the number of people that we are losing on the highways. Another statistic that came out was that of the fentanyl that's being intercepted, and a lot of fentanyl comes through Minnesota through the airport, 70% of the fentanyl pills that have been intercepted by law enforcement contain a lethal dose. Now think of that. I mean, how many people sell products that kill 70% of their users? I mean, it's remarkable. Now, I don't think 70% of the people who use that product end up dead because of Narcan and because of the interaction of public safety people, and increasingly Narcan is becoming available. But that is it's just a horrific set of circumstances and statistics, and anybody can be affected. And that's the point, because fentanyl is showing up in places that you'd never suspected. And innocent people, kids who go to a party and have no intention of getting high or doing anything inappropriate, end up with fentanyl and dying. And the stories that we heard from this panel were heart-wrenching to hear what is happening. So the time, it was a full afternoon. It was time well spent. But I would just urge everyone who is here tonight and just be educated about this, because this is not just a risk to other people. This is a risk to you and your family. It can happen to anybody. And so that was really relevant and important. So I wanted to share that. And I promised that I would get some notes that I took from that summit to the staff so they can share it with council members, and I'm also going to do it with a mayor's group that I'm part of so that we can get the word out. But it was a very worthwhile investment of time. And then the other thing, I want to just jump back to the election. We have early voting for the primary for the District 6 Hennepin County Commissioner seat has started already. You can come to special election, yes. The special election, yes, it is a special election because our district has been operating without a commissioner for a good number of months because our previous commissioner resigned. So we've been unrepresented at the Hennepin County Commission. So this is an important election, and it's an easy one. You can get in here. All the voting is taking place at City Hall if you're a Minnetonka resident. It's a one-dot election. I mean, there's going to be 2 candidates on the ballot. You have to pick one, and things really went smoothly for the primary, and I'm hoping that, but I'm also hoping that people think, well, we voted in the primary and the person I wanted didn't win, or the person I wanted to win and the margin was good, I don't have to show up. I would urge you that it's very important to show up for this election. It means a lot to our city and to our residents because Hennepin County controls a great deal of our lives, and frankly, they get a big chunk of the tax dollars you pay in property taxes. So you do care about who your Hennepin County Commissioner is, and so please show up and vote. It's important. And you'll be treated well here at City Hall, I promise you that. So that's that. So that brings us to item 8, which is citizens wishing to discuss matters not on the agenda. And this is an open mic opportunity. And if an item is not on the agenda and you want to make the city council aware of it, please come forward, state your name and address, and we will note your concern and we will turn it over to staff. We will not take any action on whatever you say tonight, but it will be followed up upon. So is there anyone who has something they'd like to report to the city council? Anyone at all? All right, seeing no one, we will move on to bids and purchases, and we have none of those tonight. So that takes us to the consent agenda. And the consent agenda is items that are typically routine. So rather than vote on them and discuss them individually, I will read these items into the record. If anyone on the council or in the audience would like to pull an item for further discussion, please raise your hand and indicate that you would like to do that. Then we will vote on the items that are not pulled, and then we will return to the items that have been pulled for further comment and discussion. So we just have a few items tonight. And item 10A is an ordinance amending section 325.061B of the city sign regulations relating to temporary non-commercial signs. Item 10B is an interim use permit for the relocation of an existing garden market at 17501 Highway 7. Item 10C is an ordinance amending section 845.030 of the Minnetonka City Code relating to maintenance standards for lawns and managed natural landscapes. And item 10D is the community facilities study. And I know staff's holding their breath to see if I'll remember the added item. Item 10E is a resolution supporting the 2025 community project funding. So does anyone want to pull an item, or is there a motion? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I will move approval of consent agenda items 10A, 10B, 10C, 10D, and 10E. And I'm just going to make one brief comment, which is we talked at length about the community facility study at our last study session, which was joint with, oh no, not that part of, anyway, doesn't matter. So if people want to hear that discussion, they can find that recording on the website because it is very interesting. So I just wanted to make note of that.
Very good. And is there a second? Councilmember Wilburn.
I will second.
Very good. So we have a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Wilburn. Ms. Falk, please call roll.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Weirson.
Yes, motion carries. Item 11 is the consent agenda items requiring 5 votes, and we have none of those tonight. Item 12 is introduction of ordinances, and we have none of those tonight, which brings us to item 13, which is public hearings. And we have 13A is an off-sale intoxicating liquor license for Mecca LLC, doing business as Strong Liquor and Wine at 11048 Cedar Lake Road. And Ms. Wishnack.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. This is a liquor license ownership change. As you know from the introduction that you had on April 8th, it really is transferring ownership to 2 people that operate under the entity Mecca LLC, as the mayor referred to on the agenda. Just a note, the police have completed their background investigation report. They have found it to be acceptable. They have also paid all of the fees and provided the insurance documents to the city staff, and we are comfortable recommending approval and granting the license. If the council approves the license, it will go into effect, and on May 8th, that transfer of ownership will occur. Thank you, Mayor. If you have any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Wishnack. Council, any questions for Ms. Wishnack? All right. Now, this is a public hearing that was opened previously and continued to tonight. So is there anyone, including the applicant, who would want to make a comment on this item? Is there anyone? All right. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. And I will ask for council comments or a motion. Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I move approval of the off-sale I move approval of the off-sale intoxicating liquor license to Mecca LLC, Strong Liquor and Wine at 11048 Cedar Lake Road.
Thank you. And Councilmember Romalee?
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Romalee. Ms. Falk, please call roll.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Weirson.
Yes, motion carries. So that brings us to other business, item number 14. And we have actually two items here, and I'm going to read them both at the same time because I know we're going to be doing them somewhat together. So 14A is land use items concerning Mills Townhomes located at 3621 Baker Road and 35, excuse me, you know, I really should put my glasses on. I try and gut it without them, and it just doesn't work. So, 3521 Baker Road and 3522 Elm Lane and two unassigned addresses. And then item 10B is the financial items concerning Mills Townhomes located at those addresses. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Funk and take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council, and to those in the audience and who might be watching or listening on our media channels. Well, tonight, as our deliberation on matters critical to our community's future, I'm really struck by the dedication and perseverance shown throughout this process. It has been a journey spanning the last 5 months, beginning with the submission of the applicant's proposal last October, November of 2023, with the application deemed complete just this past January of 2024. Since then, we've navigated a series of public hearings, reviews, public meetings, culminating in tonight's discussion. I think I can speak for all of us that I recognize that it has been a demanding journey, and I want to express my sincere gratitude to everyone for sticking with it. From neighborhood meetings in March to the public hearings and financial reviews in April, community input and engagement have been invaluable. No matter the side you are on this issue, I can assure you that staff remains steadfast in their professional approach and that the city values both your time and your insights into this important project. We also understand that this application is highly technical, spanning over hundreds of pages of information. So for council and for hopefully residents, as you look at the staff report, there's lots of data, lots of information, particularly concerning land use and other financial considerations. Shortly, you'll hear from Ms. Thomas and Ms. Wishnock, who will provide further clarity on these intricate matters. Rest assured, we'll strive to be short and concise as possible in our presentations. I do want to just spend a moment to bring up our comprehensive planning and zoning and the difference between them. These concepts may seem abstract to many, but hold significant implications to our city's future. Ms. Thomas will provide greater detail in the coming moments, but it's worth repeating. Comprehensive planning, which ultimately is approved by the Met Council, provides a vision for Minnetonka's growth and development, defining the parameters of density and guiding our long-term trajectory. Zoning, on the other hand, delineates the specific regulations governing land use within our city, ensuring that development aligns with our collective vision and values. Now I just want to spend a minute and turn our attention to a pivotal aspect of tonight's discussion, the recommendation put forth by our professional and dedicated staff. While the initial recommendation to the Planning Commission was denial, the applicant group recently amended its application to be consistent with the area's existing low-density designation and eliminating the need for a comprehensive guide plan. But before we dive into the technical aspects of the proposal, I feel compelled to address some misinformation circulating regarding the city's housing and affordable housing efforts. As your city manager, I want to assure you that housing is a top priority for us, and we are dedicating to addressing this issue daily. From work plans to our defined goals outlined in the city's strategic plan and our economic improvement plan to our city's affordable housing policy, we have a robust framework in place to tackle housing affordability. Minnetonka is recognized as a leader in this regard, and our commitment to housing initiatives is unwavering. I am disheartened by the inaccuracies that seek to undermine our city's efforts in this vital area. In closing, I urge us to approach tonight's discussions with open minds and a shared commitment to the betterment of our community. Let's work together to ensure that Minnetonka continues to thrive and remain a place we are all proud to call home. And at this time, I'd like to just really welcome City Attorney Corrine Heine to address some assertions made regarding conflicts of interest. And there's been some information and requests that have come forward, and I think it'd be appropriate at this time for the City Attorney to address that. And then after Ms. Heine provides some comments, she will turn it over to Ms. Thomas, who will address more the land use discussion in item 14A. After that, Ms. Thomas will turn it over to Ms. Wishnack, who will discuss the financial considerations under item 14B. Then at the end of that, Mayor and Council, that's when we'll open up for further comments and questions, public comment, and then staff will have the recommended framework at the end of all of that. So with that, I turn it over to Ms. Heine. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, as Mr. Funk said, there have been some suggestions that some members of the City Council should be disqualified from voting due to conflicts of interest. And I'm here to respond to those suggestions. In general, council members represent their constituents, and you are expected to vote on the matters that come before you, regardless of how controversial those issues might be. There are circumstances, though, where a council member can be disqualified from voting on a land use matter like this or the financing decision. A council member could be disqualified if they have a personal financial interest in the outcome of the decision that they are being asked to make. And that question has been raised by various members of the public over the course of these proceedings, and specifically they've asked questions regarding 3 members of the council, and I'll address those each. They've asked whether Mayor Wiersum should be allowed to vote because he is a board member on the West Hennepin Affordable Housing Land Trust. They've asked whether Councilmember Foster Bolton should be allowed to vote because her husband has publicly expressed support for this particular project. And they've asked whether Councilmember Coakley should be allowed to vote because she purchased her home from West Hennepin Affordable Housing Land Trust. In my opinion, none of the members that I've mentioned is disqualified from voting on this matter. The outcome of this vote does either of the votes that are going to be taken related to this project has no impact on the personal financial interests of any of those members. And I want to come back and particularly clarify one issue regarding Mayor Wiersum, because in April of 2022, Mayor Wiersum did recuse himself from consideration of the concept plan for the Mills Church project. And he did that at my suggestion. That issue of a potential conflict was raised, I'm going by memory, but I believe it was a very short time before the meeting was scheduled to start, and I had no time to research the facts or research the law and provide an opinion to the council. And so, under an abundance of caution, I suggested he recuse from that, and he did. He agreed to do that. Subsequently, I was able to look into the facts and research the law, and it was my opinion that there was no conflict of interest. He was not disqualified from participating, and I sought the independent opinion of an outside law firm, and they have issued an opinion that confirms my opinion. So I just felt that since that question had been raised and there had been a prior recusal, I needed to particularly call that out. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I think it's Ms. Thomas, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Mayor Wiersum and members of the council. This evening, my portion of the presentation again is related to the land use matters that are before you. So I'm going to give a bit of background on the site, the proposal that was then before the Planning Commission, explain that, and then the changes to the project, what you're seeing this evening, and staff's recommendation on that. So the project area, as you know, is located in Minnetonka Mills, which is a unique area of our community. There are a variety of land uses that already exist in that area. Obviously, the creek, the large parks in the city through which the creek flows, the Burwell House, the Small Mills Commercial District, various religious and educational institutions, and certainly homes in the area. The project site itself is specifically located southeast of the Minnetonka Boulevard Baker Road intersection. It's on a block that's bounded by Minnetonka Drive to the north, Elm Lane to the east, Inverness to the south, and Baker Road to the west. And from this series of aerial photographs, you can see that that block was really pretty well occupied by 1940. There have been some changes over the years to the block itself, but the neighborhood kind of grew up around that block. At present, Mills Church owns 9 of the 11 lots that comprise that block. All of those lots are guided low-density residential in the 2040 Comprehensive Guide Plan, and they are all zoned R1. As I did at the Planning Commission meeting, I'm going to step away from the project for a minute and just give a bit of a refresher or some more information, as Mr. Funk alluded to, about the difference between Comprehensive Guide Plan designation and zoning. So the Comprehensive Guide Plan is a document that the city is legally obligated to put together every 10 years. The most recent plan was adopted in 2021, and it was adopted after a pretty significant public engagement process. That comprehensive guide plan, as Mr. Funk noted, again, looks forward to the future. It outlines our long-term vision for our community. It establishes goals and strategies to achieve that vision. And one of the many components of that plan is land use type. It gives every property in our community a land use type, and for those residential types, it outlines a density designation. The plan itself defines what those densities are. Low density is defined as development up to 4 units per acre. We often think about low density meaning one single home on one single lot, and it can be that, but it can also mean twin homes and even attached townhomes. Any type of residential development that doesn't exceed 4 units per acre. Where the comprehensive guide plan is this large vision, the zoning ordinance outlines specific regulations, what you can do on your property right now. Every property in our community also has a zoning classification. By law, that zoning classification has to correspond to the land use density in the comprehensive plan. The zoning classification, as I said, determines what you can do on the property. It establishes rules. So how far does your house need to be from a property line? How many parking stalls does the grocery store need? How big can the grocery store sign need? Can that be? There's a common misconception that R1 zoning is the only type of zoning that is low density, and that's simply not the case. Within our zoning ordinance, we have 5 different zoning classifications that are low density. R1, R1A, R2, R3, and even PUD can be low density. So with that sidestep, I'm going to get back to the proposal. So at the Planning Commission meeting, the Commission reviewed a proposal for 5 twin homes presented by Habitat for Humanity jointly with Mills Church. Those 5 twin home buildings would have 10 dwellings within them. These units would be built on 2.19 acres. 8 of the units would access off of Inverness Road to the south, and 2 of the units access off of Elm Lane to the east. The units would have a different appearance depending on what roadway they faced. with those on Baker, facing Baker and Inverness having a 2-story appearance, and those facing Elm having a 1-story appearance. The dwellings would range in size from about 1,200 square feet to 1,900 square feet, and all of them would be affordable. At that time, as I said, there were 10 units on 2.19 acres. And so the proposal as presented required a comprehensive guide plan amendment from low density to medium density, because the density proposed was 4.6 units per acre, so just above that maximum of 4 units. It required a rezoning from R1 to PUD, a master development plan with site and building plan review. Both of those things are always required whenever there's a PUD rezoning, and then preliminary plat to basically create that lot area. I'm going to take another sidestep, if you will indulge me, to talk about PUD zoning, because that's also something that is commonly misunderstood. Most communities have 2 types of zoning districts: traditional zoning districts and flexible zoning districts. Our traditional residential districts here in Minnetonka start with the letter R, R1, R2, R3, and so on. Within traditional zoning districts, regulations for the use of a property are clearly outlined in code, and those regulations apply to every property that has the same zoning classification, no matter where that property is located in our community. This map attempts to show all of the properties in gray have a traditional zoning classification, and the properties in blue have a flexible zoning classification. In Minnetonka, those flexible zoning classifications are PUD and PID. That stands for Planned Unit Development. In a flexible zoning district, the city allows regulations, or the regulations, I should say, are not outlined in code. Rather, they're based on the master development plan that the city council adopts if they approve the rezoning to planned unit development. In other words, the regulations are project specific. Nothing can be built on a site unless it's in conformance with the plan that is approved at the time of rezoning. PUD zoning can only be considered by the council when there is a public benefit that is built into that project. So just a quick example before I get back to the project that's before you. In the R1 district, the maximum height is 35 feet. So if you own an R1 property, you can choose to build a 1-story home or a 2-story home, so long as you don't exceed 35 feet. If you own a home in a PUD, or a property, I should say, in a PUD, the master development plan adopted for that PUD dictates how tall you can build. It dictates what type of house you can build. You can only build as tall as that PUD allows. I hope that gives some sense. In Minnetonka, we've been using PUD zoning for many, many years, decades, Ms. Wishnak says. There are over 500 properties in the community residential properties that are zoned PUD. They're located within dozens of planned unit developments. This slide shows, it's a little bit hard to see, I realize. All of the properties that are highlighted in yellow are PUD properties, and I've just done some quick snapshots of planned unit developments throughout our community to show that they are very different. They are project-specific approvals. So with that little bit of planning background, we'll get back to the Planning Commission proposal. So 2 weeks ago at the Planning Commission, staff noted in our staff report and written staff report and in my presentation that we believed that PUD zoning was appropriate to achieve the affordable housing that was being presented. We believed that the site and building plan, the layout, the building designs represented a logical development pattern and a use transition. In other words, we supported the rezoning, we supported the master development plan and the site and building plans. However, those two items were predicated on the comprehensive guide plan amendment, and we did not support that. It was our professional opinion that the comprehensive guide plan amendment from low density to medium density was not reasonable. Such amendment would allow for a future development of the site to up to 12 units. That's the medium density range, 4 to 12 units per acre. On a 2.9 acre site, that would allow up to 26 units. And staff simply didn't believe that development of that type of density would be an appropriate transition in that existing neighborhood. We certainly recognize that that was not the intent of the current applicant group, that they intended to build 10 units. But the guide plan amendment, if approved, would allow for some future applicant to come forward, if something happened to this application, and make that request. In short, staff's concern was maintaining the integrity of the comprehensive guide plan. And staff suggested that the amendment could simply be eliminated by reducing the number of units or by increasing the project area. We recommended denial of the project. The commission agreed with staff, all points of staff's recommendation, and recommended denial. Since the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant has amended their proposal. They have chosen to increase the size of their development site to 2.5 acres, resulting then in a density of 4 units per acre, meeting that low density designation for the property. The comprehensive guide plan amendment is eliminated from the request. No other changes have been made to the proposal. This is a kind of a side-by-side of the previous proposal on the left, the current proposal on the right. Staff is now recommending approval of the Mills Townhomes request. We find that the rezoning to PUD is reasonable because it would result in a residential development of 4 units per acre, again consistent with the site's low density designation, and it would result in provision of affordable housing, a public benefit that's specifically called out in the PUD ordinance. We think that the master development plan and the associated site and building plans are reasonable. We think that the proposed townhome units, their design and their location really represent a logical development pattern, reasonable development transition from those commercial and institutional uses on the north side to the residential uses to the south and the east. And the plat is, quite frankly, necessary to create that development site. So to conclude, we have, as we have since the beginning of our conversations with the applicant group, we support a low-density, affordable twin home project on this development site. Since the Planning Commission's consideration, the applicant again has increased the size so that this in fact is a low-density, affordable twin home development, and staff recommends approval of the land use component. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Wishnack.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. We did present very similar information on the financing to the Economic Development Advisory Commission, so this will just be a little bit smaller presentation, but I'm here to answer any questions. We also have Ellers with us this evening, who is our financial consultant who looks at these contracts and these applications for financing. We also have Julie Eddington, who is our attorney, who has prepared the documents related to the financing, so she is available by telephone. I do want to cover this because Mr. Funk kind of had an a little bit of intro about affordable housing in Minnetonka. I'd given quite a different speech at Planning Commission meeting as an intro on affordable housing, but I do want you to have this information, and maybe the public isn't totally aware of all the goals that we have set forth with the Metropolitan Council's Livable Community Act program. This is just a snippet from the economic improvement program that we adopt every year at the city, and it talks about the affordable housing goals, how we're doing, what kind of projects have been built, what types of units have been built, both in affordability and what's called life cycle. Think of life cycle as points of housing for all people at all stages of life, so a little bit broader category than just the affordable unit. I also put a snippet in here of how we were doing about 10 years ago. So there was a 1995 to 2010 goal session, and then there was 2021 to 2030 housing goals, and so that's the most current on the right side at the bottom of that screen. And you can see how well the city's doing, especially in the rental market, in affordability. We've obviously made some progress. If you look at the last 10-year increment, we did a lot of affordable ownership productions. So that's kind of the left side of the screen, and then the right side, obviously, because that's what's getting built in Minnetonka right now, is a lot of rental housing units. So I just wanted to have people understand that that's something we track, and it's something that's available to anybody who wants to look at it further. We have a whole section on our website that is dedicated to housing and housing production. Thank you for allowing me to share that before I get into this actual request. As Ms. Thomas indicated, this is 10 units, and they're selling to people who make 80% area median income, average or less. That is averaging 60% area median income. The maximum sales price, and this adjusts annually. In fact, we just got the new numbers for 2024, so the 2024 numbers look a little bit different than this, but we'll use the 23 numbers that have been in the reports in the past. So 304 is the maximum, 304,000 is the maximum sales price. In the transactions, that would be about a maximum income of $95,000. I think it's hard to understand how this actually happens. There's a lot of different groups involved, and so I'm going to attempt to explain how the transaction actually occurs. In this case, the church owns the property, the acreage that Ms. Thomas was describing. They sell that to Habitat for Humanity. Habitat for Humanity acts as the developer for the homes to be constructed, and they have indicated the cost to construct those homes is $6.7 million. You can also see these numbers off to the right in the chart that shows the sources and uses of funds. Habitat originally did request that $750,000. That's what the EDAC did look at their meeting to fill the gap in terms of their financing on the sources side. When they've changed the land, when they added the extra land to the proposal, that was 0.31 acres, and they have asked for an additional half of that cost to acquire that land, which equals $44,000. So that is a total request of $794,266. There's also been some conversation between staff and Habitat that talks about if they receive additional funds. So if there are additional grant funds given to this project for any reason, there's more funds applied for and they receive, the city's contribution is either reduced or eliminated. So it's called the waterfall effect of a contract, and that's how we've structured and negotiated the contract. Also, it requires Habitat for Humanity to fill in the gap if the anticipated grant funds are not received. Now, the second side of this transaction is when the actual home is built. Now you have a home, it's sitting on the lot, it's ready to be sold to someone. So Homes Within Reach, which is the Affordable Housing Land Trust in Minnetonka and suburban Hennepin County, the land trust then takes over the transaction, finds the seller, or the buyer, excuse me, and then certifies the buyer with the appropriate income, and then that buyer is the final owner of said home. Again, the ground is leased from the Affordable Housing Land Trust to the homeowner. The homeowner has a mortgage on the actual home. So hopefully that clears up kind of how that process happens, who owns what at what point. Again, off to the right, showing you the sources and uses of fund. The uses is primarily site work, land costs. There's a developer fee, other fees, the building and construction costs. As you know, we do vet those costs. They are similar to other projects we're working on. So those are all reviewed by our financial consultant for consistency with area standards and other contracts that they're working on. On the top, you can see a litany of funding sources. Minnetonka's in the middle. Again, that number is 794 now. The chart was done before that additional property request came in. The contract that is included in your packet talks about who the developer is, when they're proposing to start construction, which is September of this year. The completion is anticipated in September of 2026. Again, kind of they would own, or build the townhomes and then look for the buyers 80% AMI or less and have that average 60% household, 60% AMI household. And then I kind of went through this whole, the buyer enters that 99-year lease, Homes Within Reach manages the ongoing covenants and the declarations for the property. And by the way, they do report to the city when those transactions occur to ensure they comply with the affordable requirements. Then they also establish the homeowners association. There's been a lot of questions about the homeowners association. So we deal with homeowners associations all the time at the city, so it's not new material for either Susan or I to deal with this. But if you don't know, homeowners association actually manage the property. They address the exterior needs, the maintenance needs, the repairs, or other long-term physical needs. And if you don't know that they are required to project what the needs are and then set the fees according to those projected maintenance needs in the future, that's a regulation, a state law that requires that to happen in all homeowners associations across the state. Also to note, Homes Within Reach does provide ongoing education, talking about annual maintenance with individual owners. As you know, in the past as well, we've provided loan programs for people who own in the Homes Within Reach program for updates and different maintenance issues in their homes. In terms of the financial assistance, again, that number is $794,266 divided by 10 units. That's $79,426 per unit over that 99-year term. That ends up to be about $802 per unit per year in assistance. If you're not familiar with what that means, we just use that as kind of a measuring stick for how much is requested by the applicant for financial assistance. Then we compare it to other things we've done in the past. It's not always apples to apples. I would just caution you about this number. It's just one of many things that's looked at. And again, 802 is in the range that we've had. And I'm just going to go to the next slide for a second. This is the slide of a lot of the projects that Minnetonka has had over the years. It tells you what the project is, how many affordable units were built, the number of market rate units in it, the total assistance, years of affordability, and then the assistance per unit per year is that 6 column that shows that kind of range of 500 per unit per year to 4,700. Most expensive, as the council knows, is the mixed income rental units are the most expensive to provide that affordability. We've had that challenge over a number of years throughout our multifamily projects. The second part of this slide talks about the look-back provisions. It really is that dollar for dollar decrease based on if they have project cost savings or an increase in non-city funding. That would require a look back, and the city would retain the monies if that were to occur. The developer profit or developer fee could not exceed 8%. If we're finding they're getting more than that, then again that public subsidy comes down. And then reviewing the home buyer income qualification to ensure that they have the 60% area median income. A lot of people have asked too, where do the where do the funds come from for the city to do this kind of assistance. So on that chart, there's a lot of different funding sources. Not all of these come from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The proposal for this funding assistance is from the trust fund. Some councilors members do remember when the trust fund was established. It was done during COVID for rental assistance to occur for people who were having trouble paying their rent. That was the motivation for the city to establish this trust fund in the first place. What it has evolved into is the city received special legislation to place extra tax increment pooling money into the fund. All those funds then can be respent on housing initiatives, specifically affordable housing initiatives. We also had a payback of a very large loan that the city had made in the 1980s. They were required to, when they sold the property, to repay that loan back to the city. So it took many, many years for that payoff to come back. So that was actually $2 million that ended up in the Housing Trust Fund. So that, in addition to TIF pooling money, that is where that fund was funded from. So hopefully that helps you understand the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Mayor, I'm done kind of with the financial analysis of the project, but I do want to provide you with 2 action items for your consideration. So on the left side of the screen, it really is what Ms. Thomas talked about. It's the land use items, and there are 3 items for you to consider. It does require 4 votes to approve those items. On the right side, again, in a separate vote, you'll be considering a resolution approving funding that's actually funded through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Again, that requires 4 votes. Remember, later on, you will turn into the EDA. There's another action that's required. This is after your regular meeting. The Economic Development Authority has to also approve the contract, etc. So there's more to do after this decision is complete. With that, Mayor, I'm going to turn it back to you. I'm sure you have lots of questions. Sorry for the extended presentation.
No, actually, I want to thank you. I thought the staff report really was quite succinct and very clear, but I also recognize that the audience has probably not been dealing with this as long or as much as we have. So, I want to make sure that we get the questions asked that can help people understand what exactly is happening here. So, Council, staff made their report. What question do you have, Councilmember Calvert? I see you're ready to go.
Well, I just have one question that I think would help people, because for those of us up here that deal with tax increment financing, we understand what that means. But I'm wondering if staff could explain exactly what tax increment is.
Ms. Wishnak, lucky you.
I'm trying to think of.
You can give it to Ms. Thomas too if you'd like.
Absolutely. Are you ready for that one? Mayor and council members, thank you for the question about tax increment. Let me try to say it as succinctly as possible. What happens when new projects occur, new tax money is created. That's sometimes turned into what's called increment, and it's funding some other public improvement or affordable housing. There are balances left on tax increment districts. City has 9 current districts. There's leftover tax increment. Cities by law can spend it on affordable housing. And that is the case in what monies entered the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Hopefully I got it in a very short, succinct way.
That was good, but I'm sure it's not the last time we'll touch on that tonight. Other questions for staff, council? Councilmember Foster Bolton.
I just want to, you guys, it was thanks a lot. It explained a lot. It was great. So I'm going to ask questions just to clarify, just to make sure that I understand. So the comp plan guides the density, right? And zoning directs how you apply the density. That's like simply put. Is that correct?
Councilmember Foster Bolton, yes.
Okay. And then, so can you go back to the slide where you showed all the PUDs? So, like how recent was the last PUD? Like my question is, how often does this happen? And is it like, once every 10 years or is it more often or?
Mayor Wisdom and Councilmember Foster Bolton, I would say that we probably have a request for rezoning to PUD once or twice a year, I would suggest. But it's really, again, based on the project that an applicant is bringing forward. Under Minnetonka's PUD ordinance, the city can consider rezoning to PUD only if it finds that the proposal would create a public benefit that would otherwise not be created. So affordable housing, greater protection of natural resources, a housing type that's not available in the city. So while some developers may come to the city and say, I want to do PUD zoning because I want to build more houses here than you otherwise would let me, city staff would say, well, what's the public benefit in that? And so we probably get fewer PUD requests maybe than other communities do, because we push back and say, what is the public benefit of this request?
Okay. And then I have a question about the financing. So would you say that it's true that we couldn't have affordable housing without some kind of level of public assistance in the city?
Mayor and Councilmember Foster Bolton, I would agree, yes.
And then would you say that this particular development, and like you said this, but I want to just be clear, that this isn't like an astronomical amount, or this falls within the sort of
range?
I want to say, yeah, thanks, normal or
I
whatever range. Is that correct?
Councilmember Foster Bolton, I think that in this more elongated kind of contract where it's 99 years, you don't always get that. Our typical affordable housing covenant is for 30 years. So when you see rental projects, most of the time they're signing a 30-year covenant. So the price per unit per year is much higher than what you're seeing in a 99-year situation like you have here. So it just depends on how you want to look at it. You can look at total costs, and that's kind of that fourth column on this chart. You can look at assistance per unit per year, which is the other column. Another thing people like to look at is what type of affordability level. So it just depends on what your viewpoint is on what you think is important to measure whether or not you want to assist. I will share that, and I didn't specifically say this in the report that I gave, but the EDAC did recommend approval of the financing at the $750,000. And there was some discussion back and forth about how much, was it too much, the price per unit per year, all of those things were discussed at the EDAC. In the end, they recommended approval.
Okay. I have one more question. So they moved the lot line. The lot line was moved, and the finances went up, right? So we chip in, who gets that money? Where does it go?
Ms. Wishnack.
Thank you. I'll use this chart to help Councilmember Foster Bolton on your question about who gets what money. So in every development project, and I think it's hard with this one because there's a church who's the owner, but in every transaction that you have, there's an owner, an underlying property owner, and someone gets paid for their land, whether it be the church, private property owner, the city, whoever's selling the land. So how they use those funds, that's not the city's concern. The city's concern is, are they overpaying for the land? Those are the analysis items that we use on land costs. There actually is quite a discount on the land price in this transaction. But we don't say, here's what you can do with it, landowner. We don't have that stipulation. And we don't do that kind of analysis with any other project. Does that help?
Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Other questions? Councilmember Coakley.
I guess I have questions, and I'm not for sure. Me and Mike kind of talked about where to ask the questions that I have a list of questions I want to ask. So I don't know if this is the time to ask those questions.
This is the time for questions, not for comments. So if
These
you
are
have
questions that
These
I
are
have.
questions. That's good.
Yeah, so I have a list of questions.
Super.
Some of the questions were answered already, but I have some more questions. I wanted to know about when the homes are developed, if we approve this tonight, how the breakdown will be as far as we have 10 homes, how many homes would be at 30%, 60%, and 80%?
Do you want to, Mayor, would you like to
Yes.
go one by one, or how do you want
Well,
to handle
yeah,
this?
we can go
Councilmember
one.
Kogi, would you want to do one by one,
Yeah,
or you
we-
want to read the whole list down? It's totally up to you.
We can go one by one, I guess.
Okay.
Sure.
Ms. Wishnak.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Coakley. So the concept of the income averaging is to get an overall income of 60%. Let's say, for instance, you have a household at 80% and you have a household at 40%, that averages 60%. So that's the idea, that overall there would be a 60% area median income, but individual households could vary in that. Hopefully, in the end, it would be 60%.
So are you saying that there won't be any 30%, it's going to all be at 60%?
No,
I'm not, well, can you, no, I'm not.
it would be a range.
Okay.
Yep.
So, but do you know, like, do you have a number specific, like a hard number, or no? Is there a hard
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
Councilmember Coakley, when you have a range that has to average, obviously you can be anywhere in that range as long as you end up averaging 60% across all the units. So if you said, who is that buyer today? I don't know that because we don't have that buyer in front of the homes within reach. So each time they certify somebody, in the end, it's going to have to average 60%.
Okay, so you don't really have a specific, it just,
We don't have applications for people right now. No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
that's fine. My next question, I wanted to ask about the appreciation at the time of sale of home. And I don't know if you're able to answer this because you don't have a buyer, but I just kind of want to know what would be the appreciation, and is there going to be a cap on the appreciation like homes within reach typical homes are? So I'm just wondering, is there a cap on the appreciation?
Ms. Wishnak.
Councilmember Coakley, yes, it is the same as all the other land trust homes. It is maximized at 35%, can be the equity of the homeowner.
Okay. I had a question about why didn't Habitat for Humanity or Mills Church consider building rental property versus home ownership? Because for me, when I think about home ownership, this doesn't really feel like home ownership. This feels more like shared, I guess, rental space. Doesn't really feel like full home ownership. As a land trust owner, I understand what it feels like personally, and so I just want to know why didn't, if we're going to have it strictly like land trust housing, why didn't we consider rental versus home ownership?
Ms. Wishnak, I don't know if that's in your...
It is not, but I think we'll keep track of it. That's definitely something that Habitat can address when they do their presentation as the applicant in terms of ownership, their product of
All right.
production.
Very good.
Okay. My next question is, if we're going to approve this project and it's going to be a 99-year covenant, can it be more equitable for the homeowner? Especially now that I understand there is a cap on the appreciation. I don't think it's equitable for the homeowner. We in our city, Habitat, Mills Church, we talk about home ownership, but if we're talking about doing a PUD, PUD, and we talk about this just from it's subjective, but we're talking about the benefits of the community or the benefits of the people from a personal standpoint and from a experience, and me just being subjective about it. It's just like, is it really benefited for the owner of the property, or is it benefited for the business? So I'm just thinking about it from that perspective.
Ms. Wishnak.
Mayor, I do have an answer to that. Councilmember Coakley, I mean, we've talked about this as a group before. Homes Within Reach has come in to talk to the city council. For those who are newer to the council, this might be newer information for you. But on average, the resale activity in a Homes Within Reach home, about 14 of those homes have sold. We have 62. They retain about $17,000 of equity in their home. That's on average. That's not every person, but on average. That is the takeout, if you will, that the homeowner receives when selling the property. So that's the data that Homes Within Reach provided back when we had our update. I believe it was in 2022, I think, is when that information came forward. So if your question is how much equity, that is the answer. I understand your second point about we've been talking about wealth building as well. That's the city council set up the program for Pathways to Home Ownership, which is more directed at equity building and not necessarily getting into home ownership like the Homes Within Reach model. So two different ideas. I think I understand your point.
We've talked to some residents who live in Homes Within Reach land trust homes, who I also remember walking away with $0 if they would have sold their homes. So that came up before too. So I don't know if that was factor into the 17,000, that appreciation.
There were definitely some extreme situations. There were people that walked away with no equity, for sure, but on average is what I was referring to.
Okay. I had another question. What would be the benefits of Homes Within Reach managing these properties, and what is the cost for them to manage these?
Councilmember Coakley, again, I'll refer that question to Habitat in terms of what the discussions about the actual rates for the homeowners association are. So let's save that question for them.
Okay. And then also, I just want to ask, do the owners pay for this, for the damages of trees, grass, maintenance, or do this go to the, is this part of the HOA fees? Will this cover, the HOA fees cover the maintenance, upkeep of the property?
Right. Mayor and Councilmember Coakley, in the conditions of approval, there's a requirement for the group to provide the homeowners association documents for review. So I don't have the specifics of what you're asking. Generally, I would say, however, that the exterior property maintenance is what's covered in the homeowners association. So the things that you mentioned are anticipated to be within that document.
Any others, Councilor Coakley, or is that your list?
I guess I did have a question about the land fee, but I guess, is that covered under the HOA, or is there going to be additional land fee outside of the HOA?
Councilmember Coakley, clarification, are you talking about the lease fee?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the land lease.
There's a land lease, $30 per month that is required to be paid. That's separate from the HOA, the homeowners association fee.
Okay. Those are my list of questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, any other questions for staff? Anyone? All right. Well then, I think that takes us to the applicant, and if you would like to come forward and share what you've got, and ask that you be brief, because we've got a room full of people and we want to keep things moving. Very good.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. And just for everybody in the room, be mindful of your breathing. You can take a deep breath. We've been here for a while. It is a privilege for me to be with you tonight. My name is David Lant. I am a 21-year resident here in Minnetonka Mills and pastor of the Mills Church. I'm proud of the collaborative work of Habitat's team, city staff, and the church to be able to present to you what we believe is a significantly better proposal than we had 2 weeks ago. The additional land, let's see, shown in yellow, encompasses the church playground designed for preschool-aged children. This inclusion now meets the current low-density guidelines, but more importantly, it opens the possibility to pursue grants dedicated to playground improvements. If received, it would provide funding to renovate this park area into a new playground for all ages. This possibility tangibly adds value to this project by providing our current and future neighbors a wonderful common area for their kids to play together. We fully recognize that grants and funding are not guaranteed, but our congregation was willing to move forward on this possibility, as was the city and Habitat. I commend our city staff in recommending this pathway forward, and I am grateful for their recommendation to approve the project before you tonight. The Mills Church wholeheartedly stands behind all the great work that this proposal represents, and we hope that you will too. I'm honored now to turn to our developing partners and welcome the CEO of Twin Cities Habitat for Humanity, Chris Coleman. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Greetings, welcome.
Well, Mayor Wiersum, members of the council, I am Chris Coleman, President and CEO of Twin Cities Habitat for Humanity, and I am very happy to be here this evening to support the staff recommendation to move forward on this project. You know, in the conversations around PUDs and R1 and R3 zonings and all the different issues that we face and the challenges that we've had in this process, as the city manager has alluded to, what's lost in all that is what this ultimately is about. And what this is about is 10 families that will have the joy, the security, the safety, and the comfort of owning their own home. If you've ever seen that moment where a family has the keys to their home handed to them, the joy in the face for those families that thought they could never, ever own their own home, it is a truly magical moment. That's what we are here to move forward in the city of Minnetonka, a city that has recognized the importance of affordable housing, a city that has walked the walk, and now we get to talk the talk. And today we can move forward on an opportunity for 10 families, and 10 families that will be able to build equity in that home, 10 families that will be able to use that equity to help their children and their grandchildren buy homes, to start businesses, to go to college. We cannot get caught behind numbers and zoning ordinances, all of those things, and forget that at the end of the day, we will make a difference for Minnetonka families, hardworking families that go to work every day to put food on the table and to provide safety and security of home for their families. We are truly grateful to be at this point. I am so thankful to Minnetonka Mills congregants and Pastor Lant. I am so grateful to city staff, to the staff of Habitat for Humanity, and for all of you who are about to take a bold step forward to change the lives of 10 families who will call Minnetonka home. I will have Mr. Dittman, our Director of Land Development, here to answer any specific questions that the council members wish to ask, because he knows a lot more about this than I ever will, and I am grateful to have him here if there are any questions for Habitat for Humanity. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Chad Dittman. Excuse me. Land Development Director at Twin Cities Habitat for Humanity. I think the staff did an excellent job of explaining the project, and you all seem to have a fairly firm grasp on it. So I think I'll go straight to the questions that Councilmember Coakley asked. Twin Cities Habitat and Homes Within Reach are both home ownership programs. We do not do rental development, and so that would be outside the purview of or the scope of our work. We think that there is a distinction to be made between certainly habitat and a land trust model and rental. There is an opportunity to generate equity out of either affordable ownership model where there is no opportunity to generate equity in a rental situation. There are many other distinctions I could make, but that's the big one for me. I believe the other question that staff had deferred to us was maybe about the HOA fee, if I'm remembering correctly. We have a couple other projects that are getting close to conclusion where we have established HOA fees just in the last few weeks, and those are at about $450 a month. There are kind of three major buckets of expenses included in those. The most expensive is the reserve fund that Ms. Wishnak referenced, wherein we have a specialized company do a building reserve study to establish the life cycle longevity of the exterior materials, the structure of the building, and their life cycle, and help us to then budget a reserve for the HOA, which is essentially a savings account to cover replacement and repair over time. Second largest expense is insurance, which would cover the structures, the exteriors of the buildings, and any the grounds surrounding those. Finally is kind of the little stuff, which is lawn mowing, snow removal, the management company fee, and we do employ a management company to assist the HOA members, which are the owners, in the operation of the association, and some other minor stuff. But it's adding up, and insurance is rapidly increasing. There are only 2 insurance providers in Minnesota that will insure HOAs at this time, primarily due to extreme weather events. And I think that was everything, but I'm happy to take any other questions you might have.
Councilmember Coker, do you have a follow-up? Or?
I was going to ask you about, I know trees are pretty expensive to remove, and so I was wondering, if a tree needs to be removed or something, if it get damaged or whatever. I know you're going to maybe refer back to insurances, but sometimes insurances don't cover trees, so I'm wondering, is there going to be any resources or support around that for homeowners?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Coakley, or sorry, Councilmember Coakley, I remember which meeting I'm at. If it wasn't covered by insurance, then that would fall to the reserve fund to cover the removal and replacement of that tree. So it would be an HOA expense. Of course, the HOA is made up of its members, which are the owners.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from council for Habitat?
Yes.
Well, there are. Excuse me. You.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Councilmember Romali. I didn't.
You didn't see me.
I didn't see. Well, yes. Pardon me.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I was hoping you could help me understand, to follow up on Councilmember Coakley's earlier question, if you can help us understand a little bit more about the mix of households that will be in the development. So I understand that there's going to be eligibility will be arranged from 30 to 80% AMI planned, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Romali, Habitat's income range is 40 to 80% of
40
AMI.
to 80%, thank you.
With the nuance being that we do establish a minimum income based on the affordability of the product that we have coming down the pike. And so that our minimum income may exceed 40% AMI for some families on the smaller side, smaller families.
Right, depends on household size.
Yep.
Correct. All right. But there's an average of 60% AMI required in the agreement, I understand. So I guess my question is there a potential for that 60% average to be achieved, for example, through all of the homes being sold to households at the 55 to 65% AMI, or is there a goal to include owners at a diversity of income levels if there's not specific set-asides, which was my understanding from staff? Could you speak to that?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Romley, or is it Ramley?
Ramaley, but that's all right, like the month of May.
I'll make you feel better. I only pronounced it wrong for the first 2 months.
Okay.
So
I'll
you're
try to
good.
work
You're
on
good
that.
for tonight, and I'll apologize to council member later.
I guess the goal for Habitat for Humanity is to serve the applicants that we get. If our average ends up being less than 60%, that would be a success. If it's at 60%, that will be a success for us. There's a budgeting component to that, so that pro forma is based on an average first mortgage amount that's based on that 60% AMI, assuming an average family size, which we assume based on the number of bedrooms, and there's a variety of those across the different unit types. So I would say it's certainly within the realm of possibility that we would end up with a narrower band of incomes than 40 to 80%.
So you don't have set-asides for, say, 80%, one 80%, one at 70%, 60%, or anything like that. So there's no guarantee of that within that average of 60. You could get into that. Thank you. I do have a follow-up question then, one last one. So lots of emails and conversations, obviously, about this. And for anybody who I didn't get to answer the emails in the last 3 days, I will. And thank you for your input. But anyway, one of the reasons that many of the people that I've been hearing from and that we saw in the packet, many of them support the project because they want to help those who work in the community to be able to afford to live here. I heard that a number of times at the Planning Commission meeting, and then here again tonight. Mr. Coleman stated that, quote, the proposed housing is for Minnetonka families, teachers, first responders, and nurses who have a right to own a home. And so my question follows up on that statement and goal in that, are there plans for either additional or targeted outreach to households that currently work, rent, or go to school in Minnetonka?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Ramaley, yes, absolutely. And we would look to partner with the city on that effort and the school district. We do have community engagement staff who work on those efforts for us and show up at community events, engage with the city, businesses, school districts, religious organizations to hold outreach events and make it very, very public that those houses are available for anyone in the community to purchase.
So I'm sorry if I'm understanding right, you're saying there will be kind of extra community engagement within
Minnetonka.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Very good. Is that it, Councilmember Romaley? All right. Any other questions? Councilmember Calvert. Every time I say that, we're almost there, and then
Sorry.
Councilmember Romaley. Councilmember Calvert. Go for it.
So there were questions at the Planning Commission about HOAs, and I just want to make sure, first of all, state for the record that we often ask questions about HOAs because different HOAs do different things for the residents. So my parents lived in one HOA and they moved to a different state here, thank you, and they have a different HOA that does different things. And so you explained what your HOA does. And there has been, there has been some talk that there have been some projects where, a major component of the construction needs attention now after years from a habitat project. And that the funds aren't there. And so let's say, just, you know, picking an expensive repair, it's like there's something wrong with the roofs for 10 units there. I know that the reserve fund is specifically, like you were saying, for the external, but, you know, if funds run low because stuff happens and, you know, repairs are expensive now, what happens then? Since I'm just wondering what happens if funds run low for that, and are there any, you know, contingency plans?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Calvert, so as I think you're aware, but just to clarify, you know, we are spending a lot of money now on these reserve studies to make sure that they don't run low. But were that to be the case, I think that Habitat would work with those homeowners to figure out a solution if they wanted to partner with us. The city also, I believe, has some programs that may be applied, as well as Minnesota Housing has low interest loan programs that can be used for exterior repairs. So we have people on staff that are post-purchase support associates. Homes Within Reach has the same kind of function. It is a partnership. We're both available to homeowners to come back to us at any time.
I just think it's a good question for everyone to think about, because like you said, only 2 insurance companies currently insure HOAs, and repairs are getting more expensive, and HOAs are in Minnetonka all the time. Street repairs, you know, major repairs to infrastructure in the HOA. So it's just something that I think about. Thank you for your answer.
Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, well,
because I do want to follow up to Councilmember Calvert's question about HOAs. So most of the projects that you see where the HOA has big ticket items and don't have the reserves is because they were created prior to the reserve study law that's in place today. So going forward, new HOAs are required to do that at the beginning. The most of the ones we see are in 1970s, 80s established, and they never had the benefit of doing that. So they're doing it now, and then they're finding these big ticket items. So a little bit different than a newer project.
And that's why I ask these questions, because we get great information like that. So thank you.
All right, Council. Before I offer the opportunity for Habitat to sit down, are there any last questions you'd like to ask? Councilmember Coakley, yes, ma'am.
There was a question that I had asked. I don't think it got answered. The last question that I had asked was, what was the benefit of Homes Within Reach managing the properties, and are they making money off managing these homes in the land trust, and what is the cost for them to manage the homes?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Coakley. So Homes Within Reach will be charging their standard $30 a month ground lease fee, just like they do for all of their properties. Their management of the properties, or HOA, will be basically no different than how they interact with their current homeowners. We need to ask of an attorney, can we offer them a seat on the board of the HOA? We have not done that yet, so I don't know the answer to that. So beyond their normal interaction with homeowners, there is no beyond. It's just their standard practice. So the HOA is really the entity that manages the site, that is made up of its members who are the owners, guided by a management company. And so there's 2 separate fees and kind of 2 separate functions. Does that answer your question?
I think it does. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Anything else? I'm not seeing anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You know, Ms. Wishnack, if you don't mind, I have a question that's related. You know, I've been around doing this long enough that I know that there have been circumstances where homeowners associations in the city have had a major expense. I can think of a couple, you know, that were $1 million plus expenses, and they didn't have the reserves. And we passed a ordinance that what is it, IHA? Is that what we?
Housing improvement area.
Housing
HIA.
improvement areas. That is kind of a fallback disaster safety valve for the circumstance where something really significant occurs and the reserves are not sufficient. And we have a mechanism for dealing with that. And I thought, given the context of this, it may be just helpful if you explained a little bit about how that works.
Right. Thank you, Mayor. The situation I was talking about before is when you have these 1970s, 80s, 90s homeowners associations that did not prepare properly for big ticket items like roofing, siding. Siding's very popular here because of woodpecker issues and wood siding that we have throughout a lot of
You can
townhomes.
get this noisemaker. Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Different subject. Different subject. But
Never mind. Bad topic.
yeah. So thank you, Mayor. The housing improvement area is a way in which a city can, at the request of these homeowners, to help set up the funding that's paid back over a longer period of time through bonding or other resources of the city, and it's paid back with interest to whatever the entity is, either bonding agency or the city. So it's you're right, it's a safety valve if things really go off the rails. The other thing with that process is we actually make them prove to the city that their rates are commensurate with the kinds of reserve study information that they have. So I think it's getting much better than it used to be, and definitely newer projects are much more equipped to handle it.
Very good. Thank you for that. And then for clarity, because the city is utilizing its borrowing capacity to fund that. There is no taxpayer dollars that are being transferred to these funds to help these condominiums or whatever out. It's just a matter that we have the ability to get money at a favorable rate for the long term, and that keeps the monthly cost
down,
lower for the properties that get into that sort of trouble. So
good point. Yes,
I
it's
thought I thought that was worthwhile. We do care about the money.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Anything else? All right. Well, we have a room full of people, some of whom I think would like to make a few comments, and we welcome that. I think that, I kind of tell you to look around the room. This is democracy in action, and I think it's important. I mean, I think this is the place where residents can be heard without difficulty, and I think that's really important. So I welcome you. Anyone who wants to make comments is welcome to do so, but I do have a few ground rules, because I did watch the Planning Commission meeting to its very end. I won't say bitter end, but it was past my bedtime. And, I promised my council members that I try to avoid that. So I'm going to have some ground rules for, if you come to speak, I want to ask you to be brief and limit your comments to 2 minutes. And I'm going to be pretty firm on that. I've got my timer, the handy iPhone here, and I will be timing every speaker. For the purpose of efficiency, in the Planning Commission meeting, they had a list of people and they called people up. And you're always waiting for people to come up. And that's a waste of time. We're not going to do that. If you want to speak, line up. Now, you don't have to have everybody line up at the same time, but watch that line and make sure that there's 4 or 5 people in the line at any time, because when the line's empty, the public comment ends. And if you goofed and you missed it, you goofed and you missed it. So I want to be clear on that. It's important that you state your name and address. And the other thing that I want to tell you, I want to be honest with you, I kind of segment the comments from people. I really want to hear from Minnetonka residents. Now, if you're an activist and you came from St. Paul, welcome to Minnetonka. I hope we're treating you nicely. But I'll tell you what, when you comment, it doesn't mean nearly as much to me as a comment from a Minnetonka resident. And I've been asked by residents, I got a bunch of emails, and people said, well, Mayor, could you allow Minnetonka residents to speak first? And I said, well, my view is, I didn't respond to that. We don't do it that way. But if you're a Minnetonka resident and you want to be heard early, get in line right away. It's under your control. But we really want to run this efficiently. Speak to the council, address your comments here. don't turn and face the audience, because we are the audience that you care about. We're going to be voting tonight. You are not. You get to vote in November. And, be respectful. It takes guts to come to the podium and make your comments. And some people are comfortable with it, and some people aren't. When you applaud or cheer, you're making it intimidating for the person who wanted to say something, but they heard somebody get cheered and they have a different opinion or booed. We don't allow that here. And if there's any cheering or booing, I'm going to interrupt and I'm going to say we're going to take a 5-minute break. And then we're going to come back, and hopefully the audience will behave better than the issue that caused us to take the break. So it's just really important to be respectful, to listen, but no cheering, no applauding, because that's not appropriate here. So I think that's it. And so I will open. And one other comment: the official public hearing was at the Planning Commission, and we are not required to do a public hearing tonight, but Minnetonka we always do. Now we have an extra reason for doing that, because the proposal changed between the Planning Commission and the staff recommendation changed between. So we have an extra reason for doing a public hearing tonight, and I want to be respectful. I want to listen to as many people who want to speak, but I also want to move it along because I think that's important. And I'm going to be kind of tough on time. So with that, line up, come and state your name and address, and share with us what you have to share. Good evening.
My name is Kari Lawrence, and I live at 13555 Essex Place, Minnetonka. During public discussions of the Mills Church proposal, there seem to be two categories. Either you are probably against poor people, or you alone care for the poor. These are straw man arguments. There is a third category. It's a dumb idea, and a long history of dumb ideas. For example, daylight saving time was introduced during World War I to save energy, and it was only supposed to last 7 months. Here we are, over 100 years later, stuck with a dumb idea. This proposal will drastically change and affect a historical area surrounded by single-family homes. It is a dumb idea, because now it's going to become a PUD, which opens the door for further development. And I do believe there is going to be further development on the Mills Church property. Now you may say, oh no, that can't happen because the government promised. Well, tell that to Native Americans who signed government treaties which were broken later by new government officials. Affordable housing is a valid idea, but shoehorning it into an historical site is a dumb idea. Find a more conducive space. When you cast your vote tonight, I'd like you to think not so much about the faceless people who might move into these twin homes, but think about the faces of the neighbors sitting here in this room right now who will be the most affected by this dumb idea. They will have to live with the cost. You won't. I ask you to vote no.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Good evening.
Good evening. You may have already heard from me. I wrote you a letter.
Yes, and your name is?
I am Camille Calderero. I live on Inverness. And I brought pictures, but I don't quite know how to get them overhead. Okay. This is just a quick example. I have a master's in landscape architecture. I live on Inverness, 31 years. And this is going to have a big impact on the character of the neighborhood. I office with architects who do community housing. A critical design tool that they use is three-dimensional. Got it? Three-dimensional graphics. And I know that there have been, the three-dimensional graphics show the relationship of the building, size, massing, setback, to the actual location. So there's another one that, this one is probably more relevant to our site. It shows, they use this to communicate with the client, to show how this, the size, the 35 feet, the walls, the massing relates to the neighborhood, at grade, below grade, wherever it is. This is the tool they use. This has not been a tool that I've seen Habitat offer to any of us. I've seen some mass drawings of the 12 units that they had, an old plan. There's been floating buildings that, we get a sense of what the buildings look like. There's no 3D review or investigation of how these actually look on the corner. Are there going to be walls of 35-foot walls there? How does it actually look? And I would really appreciate that. I don't think any of us have seen any of this. So I don't think any of us know what this will really look like. And I'm just asking for that tool, please.
Very good. Don't address up here, but you're at your 2 minutes, so thank you. And
Oh,
I did look at your pictures, so thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next.
Hi.
Good evening.
Thanks for hearing me out. I'm Jane Jacobson, live on 15717 Lexington for the last 36 years.
In what city?
Minnetonka.
Very good, thank you.
Not St. Paul,
Okay.
Minnetonka. And I just want to thank this council, and I want to thank the city of Minnetonka for allowing my husband and I, 35 years ago, to be able to move from St. Louis Park, where we grew up, to have a home here. We could afford a home here back then. My daughter just graduated, a few years ago from St. Olaf, and she's not able to afford a home here in Minnetonka. And I'm just so thankful that we were able to raise our daughter here. I worked for the school system, MME, your daughter's with you, in special ed. And I see all sorts of incomes at our schools. And I see the need to have people be able to afford housing in Minnetonka. And Habitat for Humanity, in my estimation, says it all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Hello. I do not like public speaking. My name is Amy O'Brien. I live at 3514 Baker Road. So I am one of the people that this will directly affect 24/7 going forward. From the beginning, from the get-go, I have questioned the size of the 2 townhomes that are on Baker Road. The 5 homes that are on Baker Road that will be mostly affected by this are all ramblers. Very low scale, in particular mine. And I just think that this is going to be huge and is too large of a development for the area. So, and I'm curious to know how many people here actually do live on either Baker Road, Inverness, or Elm, who will be directly affected, because I think it's a small number. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next, welcome.
Hi, my name is Jennifer. I do not live in Minnetonka anymore because my landlord on Rutledge Circle sold the place. I now currently live in Crystal. I'm at 8427 Northern Drive. It's a great community, but my kids have always attended Hopkins schools, and I actually am employed at Hopkins schools. I'm currently a clerk at Glen Lake Elementary. I've been actively looking into moving back into the area, but with the pandemic, with my family size, I have 5 children, and the income that they think is okay to pay anybody at education, I'm kind of just not really sure where I'm gonna go, and a home in my kids' neighborhood where I could put them on the bus is a huge time and effort and sanity limiter, or increaser, I should say. Being able to get my kids onto the bus instead of having to drive them all together 20 minutes. I love this community, I love this area, and while I agree that it needs to be serving, there needs to be things that serve poorer people, because I see this and I'm like, well, I don't even know if I'd be able to qualify because I have 5 kids on the 1 income. That math, I may have to be still looking elsewhere. But the idea that I could have a house, I could have 4 walls that no neighbors are having to listen to 5 children grow up. That would be ideal. That would be the ideal. And little projects like this, even though they're not perfect, and even though I think we should have, you know, they'd be great if there were more people living there because they'd be closer to their schools. I know how close it is to West, where my children attend. So this is me. I'm one of the poors. I have a lot of things going for me and a lot of wonderful things in my life, but these types of buildings would dramatically affect my ability to be a really good mom and a really good member of my community. So thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, thank you. My name is David Patera. I live at 3740 Farmington Road, so in the immediate neighborhood of this particular project. I just want to start out by saying thank you to all of you, council members, city staff. You guys have a really hard job, and we've been here now 25 plus years, and I've been to a number of city council meetings. And one of the consistent themes I see always is this team's dedication to doing what's right for our community and thinking about the long term. You know, we simple citizens can get pretty wrapped around the axles with emotional topics like social justice and race and affordability and are we doing the right thing? And you do as well, for at least from keeping that in mind. But you're always thinking about the long term, and there's 2 elements of this project that concern me. The first was just, I think, mentioned tonight by Ms. Stone. Switching to PUD is reasonable because it's for affordable housing. And so now we set a precedent to say, well, we can switch to PUD as long as it's for affordable housing, and now we have that precedent set. The second is, and I've stated this before, that I do have long-term concerns about the financial viability of the Mills Church. We've heard repeatedly that congregation is shrinking, that there's issues fixing simple things like faucets on sinks, and so invariably and inevitably we will see a project come down the pipe that will represent a 37-unit apartment building, much like we saw from this applicant the first time this project was discussed back in, I believe, 2020. And I don't think that's appropriate for the very special piece of land that we're talking about. Our historic city hall is right there, and it needs to be treated special. And so my ask and my hope is for this city council to do exactly what you've been doing and think about the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patera.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
Good
My
evening.
name is Steve Adams. I live at 11111 Sumac Lane in Minnetonka. I've lived there for ever since 1985, so going on 39 years. And I'm speaking in favor of this project. I think it would be a great asset to the community. But there are 3 anecdotes I'd like to share with you that indicate what the need is in this community for that. When I served on the Planning Commission, which I did for 6 years here in Minnetonka, I had a chance to visit a lot of different sites. I was, I think, the only member of the commission that actually went to every site that was on the agenda, even the consent agenda. So I got to see a lot of Minnetonka, and I got to meet a lot of people. And one of the properties that I was visiting one time for some variance issue, the neighbor came out and said, questioned, what am I doing there? And I explained, and it turned out to be our deputy fire chief at the time. And he said, if there's one thing you guys on the Planning Commission could do, could you please approve more affordable housing? He said, I'm trying to recruit volunteer fire workers for the city, and they're required to live within 15 minutes of a fire station. And they can't find any affordable housing within 15 minutes of their fire station. So they're having to live outside the city limits and in St. Louis Park or Golden Valley or some other Medicine Lake, some other locale, because Minnetonka did not have enough affordable housing. The other incident that I remember was that One of the things that we approved was we approved a lot of rental housing at the time. It was during the real estate recession, and it was a lot of rental. And historic Glen Lake was being redeveloped, and there was where the Gold Nugget used to be, and is again. We approved some affordable housing there, and there was a lot of concern among the community members there about what kind of people would be moving in. And
You're just at 2 minutes to let you know, so just kind of wrap it up. But
All right.
thanks. Finish
All
your
right.
story, but
All right.
go ahead, Mr. Adams.
But I went back later and I asked the building manager, who's moving into these units? He said, it's people that grew up here, it's people that retired here, and they'd like to stay in the community. So I think for the benefit of our future, we ought to be approving more affordable housing like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams, and I want to thank you for your service on the Planning Commission, and also you were a Hopkins School Board member, and I want to thank you for your service to our community. So thank you so much.
And it's his birthday. Happy birthday.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ian Rosenthal. I live at 3716 10th Avenue South in Minneapolis. I just wanted to start by thanking you all for opening the space to speak tonight. It's really special. So while I am a Minneapolis resident, I'm also the current housing justice organizer over at Jewish Community Action. And in my role at JCA, I have the privilege of organizing alongside advocates and tenants across a number of suburban Hennepin County cities, and that includes Minnetonka and Edina, St. Louis Park, Golden Valley, and others. So I help to facilitate this work through a table called the Suburban Hennepin Housing Coalition, so I'm kind of speaking tonight on behalf of both JCA and SHHC. And I'm here to urge each of you to approve the Mills Church project. I can tell you from my time working across the suburbs that this development is a gift, plain and simple. We all know how short our cities are falling at meeting the needs of the many when it comes to affordable housing. The scarcity of land available to develop for low-income families and the high cost to create home ownership opportunities means that projects like this simply don't come around nearly as often as we need, right? And I also want to commend the dedication and perseverance Mills Church and Twin Cities Habitat have shown in tirelessly working to make these homes a reality. The suburbs have a long history that continues to shape hostility towards affordable housing. Through zoning and reactionary pushback, low-income community members are continually barred from achieving a home in places like Minnetonka. To have faced these barriers and pushed through to this vote is a testament to the values of both Mills Church and Habitat. So really, I'm just here to ask you all to do your part in pushing this across the finish line and approve this project. So vote yes. And beyond that, I'm also here to carry a challenge from across the suburbs, which is that we are experiencing a housing crisis in every city across Minnesota. And so we need to be using every tool at our disposal to be trying to address that. So I would encourage you all to be continually courageous and maybe even more bold in your attempts to address the housing needs in Minnesota. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Good evening, welcome.
Hello, my name is Lisa Fowler and I live at 3851 Huntington Circle. So I do consider this project to be in my neighborhood. And I want to begin by saying I absolutely support the project for a variety of reasons. And I have a little bit different point of view to share that I'm not sure has been shared before. And that is regarding the historic nature of the neighborhood. And in my neighborhood, on my street, we have a lot of those signs about the historic neighborhood. And there are definitely historic buildings and sites in this neighborhood, but it is not by any means a historic district or historic neighborhood in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, what I would like to do is commend the Mills Church for saving Old City Hall or Old Town Hall. I'll get to that in a moment. But the city, or that community has changed a lot over the last 25 years since we've lived here. it used to be what I would call a rustic neighborhood, but it's already been changed by many people who have come in and supersized houses. And I don't have an issue with that either. It's like people need a place to live, and people should have the freedom to choose what they want to do in terms of where they live. So regarding the old town hall, back in 1970, the city sold the land and the building to the Mills Church. There was a covenant that required that if they wanted to knock it down, the city could buy it back for $1, but the city doesn't really want to move Old Town Hall. So it is actually Mills Church that is sponsoring and putting time into saving that historic building. And I'm with the...
And we're at 2 minutes, just so you know.
Oh, no. Anyway, great job, everybody. The history part of this is, I don't know. I'll just leave it at that.
I'll say that this will probably not be the last conversation that occurs on Old Town Hall. So save it for another time.
I will do that.
All right. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, council members and mayor. I'm Ellen Cousins, and I live on Greenwood Drive. I just have some questions for you. Based on Kissy's questions, it got me to thinking, wondering, what's the average time people own home Habitat for Humanity homes?
And we're not going to answer those now.
You don't have to answer them. Just I
go
want you to
through
think
them.
about
We'll
them.
note them, and then we'll see if we can get them addressed.
Sure. And if there is a cap on how much profit you can make on your home, does this create an environment where there is a housing instability, lack of commitment to the community due to people wanting to sell to maximize their profits on a per annum basis? Think about that one. And does PUD zoning have any ramifications or benefits to properties that touch another PUD? Because from what I've heard and what I learned when I was on the EDA, there are some serious ramifications for properties that touch PUD, which means that any property that touches a PUD can then become a PUD. Is that still the case? Why does Minnetonka Mills Church need additional money for this land if the owner of the church is so committed to this project? I noticed that he got up here and said this is a great project, especially in the last 2 weeks. I would think it was a great project in the last, from 2 weeks ago, if I just made $88,000 too. So thanks for your time, and I appreciate all you're doing. Take care.
Thank you, Ms. Cousins. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Teresa Trout, and I live within a block of the church, and I have lived there for just over 30 years. I guess in May, I think it would be 30 years. And so I wanted to say that I bought that house as a nurse, as a single person, and it was something that I saved to do. My first house was in St. Louis Park. I had roommates in my house, and another nurse and someone else, and then I had a little equity and I bought this house. I was a single parent for several years in that house. I saw our neighborhood go from many original owners, and I just want to interject that it is a historical neighborhood. The house across the street from me was the very first house that was built. It is a historical neighborhood, and a lot of original owners, a lot of a couple policemen, teachers. The house across the street from me was owned by a volunteer fighter. So this emotional impact of affordability, I just want to say, I don't think I know of anyone that's in opposition to affordable housing. I really don't think that's the issue. The people that I've talked to are concerned about increasing the density and changing the zoning. So again, if I didn't say it, I am thankful, and I was just very impressed at the Planning Commission meeting, how people were just trying to balance the facts and the emotion and doing the right thing. So I do appreciate that, and I feel like the decision has probably already been made, but I want to say that to say that the neighborhood is against affordable housing. I don't think that's the issue. I think it's the zoning. And I think our neighborhood is very inclusive. And I'll also say that I worked for more than 40 years at HCMC. So I worked with a very diverse population. I was very committed to that. I also worked for 11 years as a realtor. So I will tell you, I know where there's a will, there's a way. You can find affordable housing. And I've found, first-time home buyers' homes in many situations. I just want to balance this and encourage people to continue to, do the right thing and kind of separate some of the emotion. I'm probably getting close to my time.
Yeah, you are at your time.
Yeah. So thank you. And I just think we need to carry some respect through this whole thing. And to blame the neighborhood for being against affordable housing is not the case. I mean, I think we have a right to want to preserve what we thought we had.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is David Hoyt. I live at 3629 Farmington Road. I'm a backdoor neighbor of Councilmember Foster Bolton. I wear this badge. I think everybody in here who wears this badge has no problem with affordable housing. I was hoping there would be 5 or 6 single-family homes constructed on this unused part of the church property. That's not the case. That's not on the docket today. It's something different. But my biggest concern, if this goes through, is the success potential of this property. And I compliment Council Members Calvert, Rameli, I think I got that right, and Coakley for asking pointed questions on what happens after it's built. What's the success potential of this project? What if people default on their mortgage? Who finds the next buyer? Do they walk away in the red or in the black? And what are all the details financially that will make this a success? Because if it goes downhill, my biggest concern is, will it take my property value down with it? Will it become a blight in the whole neighborhood? So I'd love to see it be highly successful, but I felt like we've been a little bit stonewalled on the financial details on the far end that could make it a success, so that these people aren't hung up to dry that do move into these places. So I prefer to see single-family homes on the site. I wish you would consider that, but whatever will be, will be. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyt. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for this conversation and the opportunity to speak with all of you. I'm Dan Nahr, Executive Director of ICA Food Shelf. We do food, jobs, and housing as wraparound services to support our community. We are, just like Chris Coleman had mentioned, that we see the faces of those affected by housing every day in our work. We see the impact that affordable housing is the crisis situation, not just here in Minnetonka, but around other communities in our state and our nation. Affordable housing is critical, and I'm asking that we all be brave. As a leader in the community, as ICA supports our community in a number of different ways, I really like to look at a strategy of how we as partners in our community can really come together and talk about having crucial conversations that are not just this property, but how we can have crucial conversations that address the bigger impact of what we can be doing and how can ICA play a part in that. I also want the community to understand and know the impact that the City of Minnetonka has made in our community. ICA has been a benefactor of a lot of funding, enormous funding that has been given to us as a contractor to help support affordable housing in our area, which is crucial to helping the support and the livelihood of families coming in. They could be coming in from other cities to go to school. They could be coming from other cities to have jobs. ICA has met that challenge and increased our borders to make sure that we are responding to those. And I want to thank the City of Minnetonka for being such a great partner in that process.
Thank you, Mr. Nahr, and I want to thank you for the good work that ICA does. I mean, you're an important part of our community, and the things that you do for people who live in Minnetonka and around Minnetonka is significant. So thank you so much for your support of our community as well. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Jen Westmoreland. I spent over 3 decades of my life living in the city of Minnetonka. About 2 years ago, I moved to the Hopkins School District portion of Edina, and so I appreciate you letting me speak here tonight. I'm here because we serve the same community. This is my 7th year on the Hopkins School Board. I was proud to serve with Steve Adams, who spoke earlier. And between 150 and 225 students in the Hopkins School District have experienced homelessness over the past year. These students are not faceless. They are my child's friends. They are the children of my friends, and they deserve safe and stable housing in their community. Another Hopkins Schools community member spoke earlier this evening and talked about the impacts of historic underfunding of public education on our employees in Hopkins schools. And one of those impacts is that new teachers make just over 30% AMI. And so we're talking about educators who are serving our students every day. We're talking about our valued support staff in Hopkins schools as well. I have the honor of representing our community on the Heading Home Hennepin Task Force. We are a continuum of care partnership convened by Hennepin County to eliminate homelessness in the county. And no matter how you define affordable housing, we are experiencing a gap of tens of thousands of units throughout Hennepin County. And this would be I think this would send a powerful message, not just to our Minnetonka community here, our larger Hopkins Schools community, but our suburban partners as well, in terms of the importance of working together to address this gap. So thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jason Palm. I live at 14816 Highland Lane in Minnetonka. I worked for 5 years as the Associate Director at ICA Food Shelf, and I currently work for the last 8 years at St. David's Center for Child and Family Development, and been around a lot of our Minnetonka families that have need, that struggle to make ends meet, and have talked to a lot of them. And what they would say is over and over and over, housing is the most significant problem. It's the hardest thing for our family. It's what keeps us in the struggles that we're in. And this project is the kind of project that makes affordable housing possible for those kinds of families. I think it was Sean, Suter from ZoneCo a month ago that presented to y'all. I was there that night, who said a project like this is really what most cities need to be moving toward in the future. It's at the major arteries. It's providing this kind of PUD in an area like this. So I think kind of leaning into their study and what they said is really important for us to consider. I'll also say, as a member of Mills Church, I've been there for 23 years. I'm a part of the team that is looking to renovate and rejuvenate the town hall. I was a part of bringing it to the historic registry a few years ago, doing a conditions assessment currently, hopefully putting money into that in the future. I really think historicity of that area is very important. I also think, though, if we talk to families 50, 100 years ago who would say what's important about the historicity of this area, what they would say is the homes, the being able to raise our families here. They would look at their neighborhoods. And I think that would be far more of the story that we want to be able to tell about the historicity of the area than just the beautifying of it or that town hall. And I think that's an important thing to consider. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Palm. Appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and the Council. My name is Craig Nelson. I live at 12824 Burwell Drive, about, block and a half away from the build site. People have been talking about faces, and that's why I'm up here. I want to put a face to what Chris Coleman talked about, the families moving into these places if they get built. I'm one of those faces. Due to life circumstances, a father that was absent, a mother with health issues, I spent the great majority of my childhood living in a subsidized rental unit over in St. Paul. And my mother eventually worked her way out of her health issues, began working, and through a special program, she was able to get a special mortgage to buy a house in St. Paul, in Como Park. And I just want to say that happened when I was a junior in high school. The joy, happiness, and pride that our family had when we were able to move into that house and call it our own was just, it was awesome, just awesome. My mother stayed in that home until she could no longer take care of it. Eventually, she got her own mortgage for the house. These are people that we should care about, and they will do well. Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. My name is Rachel Williams, and I live in the Glen Lake neighborhood at 14016 Kinsel Road in Minnetonka. I am a licensed architect specializing in sustainability. I've seen many higher density projects built in the 17 years that I have lived in that neighborhood. We know that neighborhoods are always changing. Minnetonka Mills no longer has any mills in that industrial sense. Your decision today is who wields the power in deciding the changes for this neighborhood. Favoring the hypothetical fears of the status quo will just perpetuate the existing biases around gender, race, income, and ability. I encourage you to listen to the proven track record of Habitat for Humanity and actively support higher density home ownership opportunities that are better for the environment, develop generational wealth, and create a more walkable, vibrant community. I implore you to approve this project and support the future residents of our diverse city.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Scott Raber. I live at 3715 Farmington Road, about a block away from the Mills property. $6.7 million for 10 dwellings. That's $670,000 per dwelling. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for one dwelling. It seems fiscally irresponsible to spend that much on one dwelling. Since most of the homes in the area weren't purchased for that, probably couldn't be sold for that now, single-family homes that are there. The neighborhood loves the affordable housing that's already been brought in. There's a family on Elm. That's really what the neighborhood would love to see, more single-family homes where people could have a yard, they could gain more equity with $6.7 million to build single-family homes on this property and give families an opportunity to build true equity in their home. That's all that the direct public, the direct neighbors are asking for, is stay within that R1, don't go with PUD, build homes that are like in the area so more families can come in and can enjoy the area and the equity that they can build in a home. It's really all that we're asking for. We would love to see affordable housing come into this area. We would love to see it happen in single-family homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Wearsome, council members. My name is Jennifer Munt, and I live at 5261 Beachside Drive. I also represented our community for 8 years on the Metropolitan Council. And when the city's comp plan came in and it said that we want to make room for more diverse housing, we want to make room for more affordable housing, this is exactly the kind of development that I thought our city was seeking. I am really proud that the church was willing to offer more land. I'm proud that you were working with Habitat to accommodate the concerns of nearby neighbors. And I'm proud that our city staff are offering a recommendation to approve. I am a YIMBY. I want this development in my backyard. I live at Beachside. My husband and I moved in 1996. We were the people, first-time home buyers seeking affordable housing. My development, after we had lived there for 20 years, it required new roofs, it required new siding, it required new driveways. We had built up a reserve such that we could make those improvements. Before coming here today, I was walking through my neighborhood. I urge you to take a look at it. Beachside has 42 quads, 168 units. Before coming here, I was walking around the block with families, with our puppies. beautiful crabapple trees, beautiful gardens. This is not going to be a sore on our community. What affordable housing means is that the people who are good enough to work in our community are able to afford to live here, that they can have a joyful life and a stable home for their family. I urge you to approve this development.
Thank you, Ms. Munt, and thank you for serving our community. Good evening.
Mayor Weirsom, members of the council.
It's okay. There's no
I'll
trap door, I
stand
promise.
like this. I'm Rachel Holmes. I live at 5514 Bimini Drive in Minnetonka, and I'm a 16-year resident in a townhome there. One thing is I can assure you that homeowners associations work. Our roofs and siding and everything else is kept in very good repair. Lawns are kept mowed, snow is cleared. It's a great place to live. If I were to try to buy my home at today's prices, I probably couldn't. And I suspect others in the room may feel the same way. I want this affordable housing development to be built, these twin homes to be built, because we need more affordable housing in the city where people can build equity. Mills Church believes in preserving the history of the community, and as such has done a lot of work on the town hall and will continue to do so. I'm excited about this project and the opportunity for more people to own homes in Minnetonka, and I encourage you to vote for yes.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dan McCarthy. I live at 15608 Randall Lane, which is just west of the Glen Lake intersection. In 2008, Tom Wortman proposed a big redevelopment project in the Glen Lake area. There was a lot of neighborhood opposition to it. The traffic would increase. We'd have to tear down the old Gold Nugget, historic Gold Nugget. Today, the new Gold Nugget restaurant is a huge asset in that community. There's 52 apartment units over that complex of businesses. I drive through that intersection every day. I've never been held up by traffic. The traffic is no different today than it was before that project. The current project with the 10 units proposed, I don't think would add any more traffic to that intersection. The church at one time, I've been attending Mills Church for 30 years. At one time, it had over 500 people attend on a Sunday morning. The Tuesday morning women's Bible studies were packed. The youth groups on Wednesday nights. There was a lot of going on in that intersection, in and out. Today, there are two churches that use that facility for their worship. Resource West just rented the town hall. St. David's rents other space from us. So it's still an active complex there. It's well used. So I think these 5 units would be a big asset to that corner as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
evening.
Oh, good.
Good evening.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Weirsom and council members. My name is Megan Morrison, and I'm a homeowner at 4517 Jersey Avenue North in Crystal, but I'm here because I grew up in Minnetonka, went to Hopkins Public Schools, K through 12, and graduated from Hopkins High School at the top of my class. I left the state for college, but returned here to teach 5th grade because I love it here and deeply value growing up in Minnetonka. However, I couldn't afford to buy a home here, so I ask you to support this project so teachers like me can afford to buy a home here in the future.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council. We appreciate your time and the explanation that was offered tonight. My name is Jeremiah Palan, and I live on Willowwood Drive here in Minnetonka. According to the most recent census data, Hennepin County lost a net total of 22,936 residents over the last 3 years. That's the largest loss of residents in the history of Hennepin County. So I think that's the factual backdrop against which this conversation needs to take place at large. It's important to delineate the issue. And so I think a lot of people have vocalized that they support the idea of affordable housing here in Minnetonka. The issue before the council tonight is the particular building site. Is this the most appropriate place where we can do that and offer that benefit to the community? And so if you look at the particular previous residents' concerns, if you drive up and down anywhere near that projected impact site, it's overwhelming that the people who live there, who will be directly impacted by this decision, oppose it. And the signage proves that. They've taken the time to post that to let people know their feelings on it. And so I think it's important that we give extra weight to the voice of those who will be directly impacted by this decision, and they've made their voices clear. And they do oppose this project. They don't want to see multiple dwellings, multiple houses on those particulars. They've asked for a single home solution, and so I would ask you to take that into consideration. So on their behalf, and on behalf of every Minnetonka resident who wants to see that historic neighborhood protected, I am urging you all to vote no tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Pastor John Nelson. I'm the senior pastor at Gethsemane Lutheran Church in Hopkins. Half of my members are Minnetonka residents and live in that neighborhood around this site. I've had the benefit and privilege of working on 3 different sites just like this, one in Chaska, one in St. Louis Park. It's generally been the only way this is possible in our type of a community is when a church offers up their land at a discounted price that Habitat can come in and create this kind of space. I know the pastors in those other sites and the families that have moved in and revitalized that neighborhood around their churches. And I just want to share what a benefit these twin homes have been around that church and to that community. I realize it's a massive change from what some of these families are used to on that site. I also know Bob Johnson, who grew up in the historic Minnetonka Mills Town Hall when it was a mercantile in the 1920s. Member of our church, and actually supported Habitat in our Habitat projects every year, him and his wife, when they were members of our church. And in his spirit, I wanted to share that. Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Smolin. I live at 11309 Oakvale Road North. I understand that change can be hard and you can make yourself crazy wondering about worrying this and worrying that. I'd like to say Oakvale Road North is 2 blocks north of Minnetonka Mills townhomes. That's 31 townhomes. I can see no discernible impact on our neighborhood with 31 townhomes 2 blocks away. So I don't believe that having 10 twin homes is going to drastically affect the lives of people who live near there. I'm also a member of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Minnetonka, which began its existence in historic Burwell School. We met in one of the rooms there. Our church's minister is on Beacon's board and is an advocate for affordable housing. Many of our members have gone down to the Capitol in support of affordable housing, and I feel blessed today to speak for affordable housing in my own home suburb. To help 10 families buy a home, I understand as a school social worker how important stable housing is for the success of the children, and I really would like us to be able to support that in my own suburb. I also have a feeling that City Hall really doesn't mind if there are 10 buildings that are going to be built next door to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Thomas Houle. I live at 13714 Orchard Road, sort of around the corner, I guess. And I bring the perspective of a man that swung a hammer on a fair amount of Habitat builds over the course of my lifetime. And I want to say it changed the way I look at a lot of the world. Back in the old days, the Habitat model was the person who was going to be acquiring the home had to put sweat equity into it. And so you got to swing a hammer next to the person who was going to be living in it. And I can't tell you how many times it was a single mother. And she would talk to me about what a game changer this would mean for her to have a secure home, stable housing, a good community to send the kids to, and all the other things that we all know that we all own homes know about. It changed my perspective on the world, and it changed my perspective on people who don't look like me and don't earn the kind of money that I earned. And so I've become an advocate for low income and affordable housing ever since. And where Beacon was just mentioned, I spent a lot of time with Beacon. And so I would encourage you to vote yes for this project. And let's create some more stories from those people that are going to be living there. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mike Mahady, 3700 Baker Road, Minnetonka. As early as, just as recently as February 1st, 2024, in debating the subject of Emerald Estates, the council said the comprehensive plan and ordinances are intended to establish a reasonable expectation for what property owners and developers alike can do with their property. The city is obligated to provide owners and developers with reasonable use. This is not obliged to allow maximum use of a property, particularly when that property requires variances to ordinance and zoning standards. Apparently Minnetonka is willing to financially grant an additional approximately $45,000 just to get this project in the extra land, guaranteeing the lower density. We have seen no guarantees that the project will meet the R1 neighborhood standards, and with surrounding homes, nothing's been listed specifically in the master plan as far as heights, lot size, green space, etc. So I think these should all be considered. I think we should consider still going back to an R1 residential designation with single-family homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. Good evening.
Hi, Chair and Committee. My name is Andrew Cornelius. I live at 14719 Minnetonka Drive, just right over there. I live in a 104-year-old farmhouse that's surrounded by duplexes in that area over there. They have been wonderful neighbors. There's actually one house that on that neighborhood that is a part of the, not the Habitat houses, but the other houses in with Reach.
Homes within Reach?
Yep, and my neighbors have been phenomenal. They helped redo the driveway. They do have the money to upkeep this stuff, and it's been a good program. I don't live very far from any of the other people around here. We live maybe 3 blocks from this proposed area. I think this is a good project. I also mow the church property. I could tell you that the only thing historic in the area is the original foundations of houses built for the military coming back, and they were much smaller houses, and that is the original house. So I think what is being proposed here is actually going to really be nice, and I'd rather see this and for the families. I also have a huge emotional attachment to this land. It's where I did VBSs. I went to the church since I was 3. So I'm sad to see it go, but I'm also so excited for the families that will get to live here and how that benefited me as I was growing up. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Sylvie Hyman. I live at 9200 West 28th Street in St. Louis Park, just over the bridge from Minnetonka, and I work in Hopkins Public Schools, and I ride my bicycle past this site every time I work at West Junior High. I am just want to speak to it sounds like a lot of the concern here is with the zoning variance. So I just want to address that directly. And historically, single-family zoning has been a huge barrier to the ability for people to afford housing. So people who want to build something other than a single-family home have been blocked from being able to do that by these types of processes needing to happen in order for that to take place. And so I just wanted to point that fact out, that the reason we don't have enough affordable housing and that we're in this housing crisis is because of these zoning laws that keep people out of affordable homes. And I appreciate that this process is taking place and that this is being considered, and I'm really excited for this project to move forward. Thank you.
So I see no one else in line, so our public hearing is over, but I want to thank everyone who, one, you really did a great job of sticking with the time limits. I hope I wasn't too rude in enforcing those. But we heard from a lot of people in a relatively short period of time. I think that's a success. So now the opportunity is to bring this back to the council for discussion and a decision. And I think we can get that done. So we have the staff recommendation. Well, go ahead. Get the right slide up there, Ms. Wishnak. Thank you. So we have 2 separate action items tonight. You know, we have land use items, and we heard about that, and then the financing item, because there is a financing aspect to this project. So, Mr. Funk.
Again, excuse me, thank you, Mayor, Council. I just would ask that Karine Heine, our city attorney, just address the council before you begin your deliberations on both actions before you this evening.
Very good.
As you teed up, Mayor, there is land use considerations and then there's financial considerations. And there are distinguishing factors between the 2 of those that I believe is in your interest to hear, again, a perspective from the city attorney guiding you in the future
Thank
conversation.
you. In my enthusiasm to move things forward, I overlooked that little detail, so thank you for your comments. Ms. Heine.
Thank you. Mayor and members of the council, it's really just a reminder that there are different legal standards that apply to the two different types of decisions that you're making. And while all of the testimony that was provided during the public hearing was intermixed, some of it was about what the land use is going to be, what the buildings are going to look like, you know, what the impact is on the surrounding neighborhood, all of those land use types of issues. But some of it was about, you know, whether people will develop equity, how it's going to be financed, all of those things. And so the financing part, any facts on that are not relevant to the decision about the land use. And so for purposes of the public to understand what your decision is, and if there were a court to ever look at it, it is helpful if you keep those comments separate so that it's clear on the record when you're talking about the land use and what factors influence your decision on the land use versus what factors influence your decision on the financing, which is a separate issue.
So along those lines then, should we just have our conversation first on the land use items and then revert to the financing items? That'll keep it simpler.
That would make the record really clear.
And then if we get off script, you can kind of let us know, and so that we can make this as simple and straightforward as possible. Does that work for everyone? Councilor Wilburn.
I kind of have some comments I wanted to make that don't exactly fall into that, so I don't know.
Okay, well, let's risk it. Okay, well, okay. let's do the best we can to kind of separate the two. But if you know, I mean, if you have a comment that you want to make, don't feel constrained. If we're getting into the deep water, we'll find out.
Okay.
So, Councilor Wilburn, absolutely.
All right, so I have some bullet points here so I don't forget everything, and so it hopefully is succinct. And I just gonna put it out there. I'm gonna say some of the things that we don't usually say. So, but first I wanted to start off. Thank you everyone who showed up and for stating your positions respectfully. I appreciate that. And I want to say that I don't believe that there are any villains in this room. And I've spoken to people that are in favor of this project and people who are not in favor of this project. And for some of them, there seems to be some assumptions of ill intentions on the other side that I just do not believe are accurate. So I am hopeful that whatever the decision is tonight, that people can have some conversations and come to some understanding and have some harmony. So in specific, some neighbors have felt that they're being unfairly mischaracterized as racist. And so I wanted to just talk to you about what it means to me when I talk about the zoning history and racism. So our modern zoning in many of our cities and towns across the United States have roots and policies from more than 100 years ago where the explicit goal was to exclude, in the words of urban planner Harlan Bartholomew, was to prevent movement by colored people into finer residential districts. So with that at the backdrop, and as racial covenants and other exclusionary practices became illegal, zoning was a way to legally continue to exclude certain people. So why do I bring that up now? None of us were born when these things first happened. I have no reason to believe, like when they last looked at zoning, that anyone was sitting there twirling their mustache saying we're going to keep the brown people out. The reason I bring that up is because, let me find this actual statement. Systemic exclusion does not need active participation, but rather it takes active dismantling. So people who are perpetuating some of these systems can be unknowingly and unintentionally continuing exclusion. So as I have mentioned, some neighbors feel that they have been unfairly mischaracterized, and they say that their objection is to density and not affordability, and I have no reason to doubt that they are sincere in that, in their objections. And I understand how frustrating and harmful it is to have people make assumptions about your character. But I would like you to consider some things. NIMBYism based on class and race does exist in Minnetonka. I have heard it with my own ears. And affordability requires a certain amount of density. So the outcome of denying density is denying affordability. And even if that is not your intention, that is the outcome. And I can tell you, personally, as someone who, when you point out a harm that has been done by others, whether through direct participation or tangentially participating in a harmful system, you point that out to them. Once they get past the "how dare you accuse me of being racist," even if that's not what you're accusing them of, they will eventually get to, well, that was not my intention. And intention does matter. It is important. It does not erase harm. So I'm hopeful that all of you, when you're considering what you're asking for, there is that byproduct that if we don't have a certain amount of density, then we can't have a certain amount of affordability. And let's be honest, most people who don't want certain people in their neighborhood are not going to come up to the microphone and say, "I don't want those people in our neighborhood." They're going to talk about neighborhood character. They're going to talk about density. They're going to talk about all those things. So it is difficult for an outside observer to distinguish what your true intentions are. So, and again, the people I talk to, wonderful people, lovely people, I completely, I have no reason to disbelieve them when they say they don't object to affordable housing. I just don't think that they've thought through what objecting to density really means. So, and finally, I think, again, about using the city monies towards this project or any other project, should it go through, as Councilmember Foster Bolton asked, and it was affirmed that we just can't get affordable housing without some sort of financial contribution from the city. And I believe, like, if we are truly committed to affordable housing, then we need to walk the walk and not just talk the talk. So, that is where, and I will make one final set of statements. So, I'm a yes and person. So when people say, we need to work on maintaining our naturally occurring affordable housing, yes, and we need to have more multifamily dwellings in commercial areas, yes, and we need to provide housing for people in all stages of life at all income levels, yes, and we need to have housing like this, condos, twin homes, other opportunities for ownership. And at the end of the day, should this pass, there will be 10 families that will have an opportunity to own a home that might otherwise not have that opportunity. So that is my thinking on the proposal before us.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilburn. Councilmember Shack, excuse me.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, the people that showed up in this room tonight, I'll be honest. I mean, it was a respectful, great crowd. If you would have told me that this crowd was involved in some of the comments that I saw on social media, some of the leaks that went to the media, some of the discourse that was happening behind the scenes, I would tell you were a liar. But guess what? I saw it. And so I don't think this project, I just feel compelled to say, this project did not bring out the best of us from any aspect. From the supporters, from the opponents, from the neutral people. Honestly, it's really a bummer. And the one last thing I will say is I am enormously defensive of our volunteers. And I saw some really crappy things said about our planning commissioners after that planning commission meeting. These are 7 people who spent 5 hours of their Thursday night to listen to folks in this community, and they were shamed online. And it infuriates me to no end. So with all of that being said, these people are volunteers, give them grace. You can direct your vitriol at me, that's fine. I signed up for this job and worked really hard to get it. Anyway, I'm going to move on to the project. You know, one of the things, if you've been paying attention to the meetings for a long time, is I'm very supportive of taking areas that are border areas, that are on arterial roadways, that transition into neighborhoods, and bumping up the density. I don't, you know, I have reservations about significant density, and that that's a separate conversation, but this is the cross section of 2 arterial roadways adjacent to a commercial district, adjacent to a lot of institutional use. These are lovely twin homes. We've got twin homes just down the street that are very transition. I mean, you wouldn't even really know that they're twin homes. I think this is the right mix for this area. And it occurred to me as I was listening to some of the comments that this was an area that was also developed for people after World War II. There are some as affordable places for people to come live after they served in the war. And I think what we're really trying to do is honor that history of the area with this project. And I agree, there is history in the neighborhood, but it's also an incredibly eclectic neighborhood. There are McMansions, there's been tear downs, there are little cabin looking houses. I mean, of the areas in Minnetonka, I'd say this is some of the most eclectic. So I support this project. I'm really glad we found a way to make it work. I want to make a comment about PUD. You know, one of the first, I was driving by it today, there's a little development that's about 8 years old. It's one of the first PUDs. It's how I learned of PUD when I was on the Planning Commission. It's Regal Oak Drive, I believe, right off Shady Oak Road, so maybe a half a mile from this project. And it's a PUD. And it's a lovely little neighborhood, and you would never know. I don't think if you weren't sitting here that night approving it, you probably wouldn't recognize that it's a PUD. But it allowed us to make some decisions about getting some houses that made sense for the area in a very meaningful way. And so I'm not concerned that this, to me, affordable housing will always be a public benefit. So I am not concerned about this setting any kind of negative precedent. We worked really hard to get there. I hope that reassures the community that we think about these things. We don't rubber stamp these things. We're many years in the making on this, and I think it's the right project for the right area. So I will support the land use tonight. We'll talk about the financing later.
Thank you, Councilmember Shack. Who's next? Councilmember Coakley.
I'm just going to say that, you know, the comments that I made tonight, I made a lot of comments, asked a lot of questions. Well, many questions I was asking because I know that it's important for families to create generational wealth. I know the experience, but also I know how important it is for families to have stability. It was programs like this that helped me have stability for 16 years. But having the stability, I also now understand what it means to own your land. I now understand what it means to create generational wealth. I understand what it's like to have my neighbor sell her home that had a two-bedroom home, and I have a 4-bedroom home. She walked away with $40,000. I would have walked away with $0 if I would have sold my home a year after hers. So that really impacted me and made me think differently about this type of program. But I know that it's important for families to have a stable home. I think about it now that, you know, for 10 families to come into Minnetonka, to have a place to stay, to have a place to call their home, I think that's a great thing. One gentleman got up today and talked about having a place to stay and how it makes you feel when you can call a home your home, and how excited you know, he was. And it made me reflect on when I purchased my home in Minnetonka and how I felt. I only looked at one home and I said, this is the home. I probably should have looked at several homes, but it was just one and done. And I could have chose another city. I had enough. I had a traditional loan. I could have moved to Brooklyn Park. I could have moved to Minneapolis and still had a place to live, and I own the land. So I know that we can't solve this here tonight. I know that this is not a Minnetonka thing. I know that this is a state thing. This won't get solved here. I know but I also understand how important it is for someone to have a home, and so I'll say tonight I will support, you know, the land use consideration. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Coakley. Councilmember Foster Bolton.
A couple of things to reiterate what Councilmember Shack was saying about this being an arterial intersection and its location to 2 arterial streets. And so it's logical to see higher density on this site. And I hope that, and as higher density moves west, as we can see, that this particular project locks in 4 units per acre. So for 99 years. So, I mean, that is sort of a lucky thing that this is happening now, because it could be more. And so I hope that we can appreciate that that's a good thing. And also what I wanted to say, that throughout this development, the concerns of the neighbors have always been carefully considered, leading to numerous adjustments and compromises. The separation of the buildings from the original planning, the lowering the height, the changing to the 3 different designs, the diversity in the housing. And I think the efforts by the staff, the developer, the neighbors, and the church reflect our commitment as a city to balance the need of affordable home ownership and the interest and well-being of our community members. I think this is the right decision for this city. And and speaking of the 10 families, I'm looking forward to welcoming them to this community. So I too support the land use.
Thank you. Other comments? Councilmember Romali.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Just following up on some of the other comments that have been made, for me, in my thinking about the land use, the comprehensive plan compliance was a key element. So now that it is in compliance with the comp plan's low density designation of maximum 4 homes per acre, that makes it the same as the surrounding neighbors. It eliminated also that risk that Patsy was just talking about of the project falling through, and then future alternate owners, for whatever reason, if that deal were to fall through, then future alternate owners being able to develop up to 26 units on the site, which would have been the case if we had had to amend the comp plan. So that was a really key consideration for me in this process. I do agree with the next level down in terms of the actual zoning, the rezoning to the PUD, because it still adheres to that low density designation that's stipulated in the comprehensive plan as the current use. And then according to its use, according to our comprehensive plan, it says most residential neighborhoods that contain existing single-family homes in the city are designated for low-density residential uses. Although low-density uses include detached single-family housing types, other residential housing types such as duplexes and attached townhomes are included, provided that the overall density does not exceed 4 units per acre. This land use district is established to recognize the primary residential development pattern in the city and accommodate housing goals, including affordable and mid-priced housing. So for me, that's key. That's what we're accomplishing here. To me, the size and the massing is reasonable. The size and the massing, which several neighbors have talked about, and I understand that concern. But the size and massing of the 5 twin townhomes, essentially duplexes, is really no more than 5 large single-family homes would be on that site. And by the way, I'd love to have a conversation about the ballooning size of single-family homes in Minnetonka, but we'll leave that for another time. It's not the issue here. But I do understand and empathize that even this change will likely be an adjustment for the immediate neighbors. And I understand that because I've been in their shoes. I live in a small 1,600 square foot house. I live next to another one that was the same size, that when the neighbor died, it was bought by a developer, and a 4,500 square foot house was put in instead, which is far larger than what these twin homes are going to be. It was an adjustment, but we've made it. We like the neighbors. It's all good. Life has changed, and we all adjust to it. And I think the plans for this development show that it's going to have green space. It's going to be well maintained. It's attractive designs. So yes, for me, I had to adjust to less privacy, a little bit more exterior lighting than I was used to. But again, I think that's going to be the same here, but you're going to, it's doable. I also am favoring the PUD because it's going to allow us flexibility. To do things like maximizing the setback for the Koenigs, the couple who does live on the remaining parcel that's part of this little campus. And so I think having the PUD here will allow us to, do things for them and do other things, hopefully for the neighbors, that, allows the flexibility of use to do things instead of having condos, to set up these variations in terms of the spacing between the townhomes and so on, that will help make this project a good one for the neighborhood as well. So in terms of the land use, that is my thinking, and so I am inclined to approve the land use on this.
Thank you, Councilor Romali and Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everybody for sticking it out for all these years, and especially because having been at the very first 2 listening sessions, this project was already going sideways. The comments were already ugly. So thank you, Councilmember Shack, for just saying how it's been. So first of all, I just want to say I live on Baker Road. I live about a block and a half from this church. this is my neighborhood, you are my neighbors. And so no matter how I vote, there was a gentleman here saying that clearly everyone was against it. Those are the signs. And then there are the many people that I've talked to, several of whom live in our neighborhood, that are for it. And so I think it is really important to make sure that we understand there are no villains, and people have shown up and fought for what they think is right. They love their community. They love their neighborhoods. And I just wish that some of the rhetoric in the media, at the state legislature, and on social media had been a little kinder, and especially to our staff. And I just want to say, I think that it's very important to call out really some of the vile comments that were made towards the Planning Commission, but our staff, who has been professional and creative and consistent about what zoning implications there would be for different iterations of the project, and what would be required to get this passed. They were consistent all along. And so I just applaud their professionalism. They're cool under fire, even when people were treating them very poorly. So thank you for that. And also the game of telephone. So I got angry emails about things I have never said and done from people on both sides, so I must have been doing something right, because nobody knew how I was going to vote. So, and I do want to say one thing that is a little bit about the finances, but not really. When I was asking questions about the HOA, it's not because I worry in particular about this HOA or the, it's just we have had issues with HOAs that had big expenses that they, had trouble paying. And so I just wanted to make sure that people in the audience understood, this is no different than any other HOA. It's there to take care of the property. So I just want to make sure that people understand that. I want people to know that my husband grew up in a house with a dirt floor, and that my mother was the daughter of immigrants and grew up in a one-bedroom apartment in Brooklyn, New York, and became a PhD, and it would be considered by a lot of people, those people. So when we talk about redlining and exclusionary zoning, one of the things that I do think about is she lived in Brooklyn, New York, and if density was the key to affordability, New York City would be the most affordable place. So it's a little more complicated, and I do want to talk just a little bit about that and later. So why am I supporting this project or not? We do need diversified housing stock. We don't have enough townhomes or duplexes. We do need affordable housing. It's a national crisis. I have members of my family right now that are dealing with all kinds of health issues and housing issues. And so it's something that I personally, deal with in my family life all the time. This represents, in terms of density, again, 2 arterial streets, but also, although my colleague, Councilmember Wilburn, talked about, low density being exclusionary, one of the reasons we all live in Minnetonka is because it is a thoughtfully, orderly, developed community. There's thoughtfulness to the way we develop. And one of the things that I think makes more sense now that we have arrived at this number of units and in a configuration that will not be up to 12 units per acre, this is the kind of transition that does make sense for the kind of street that I live on. in terms of the land use there, and I want to reiterate, there have been several really important projects that we have already approved, and other projects that we considered and tried to get approved and walked away because the Planning Commission was trying to do the right thing, and they wanted more shared amenities between a market rate apartment building and an affordable apartment building, all affordable with 13 units at 30% area median income. We lost that project because they were fighting so hard to be anti-racist. And that's why some of the comments towards them were so hurtful to me. We have a project in Glen Lake that we have approved. It's not built yet. The funding for this project is not yet fully in hand. There's not a guarantee. And so for me to have a PUD that is project specific and not a zoning that is land specific that would allow that kind of density with several dozen homes there, it just makes a lot more sense to me in terms of thoughtful development while achieving our affordable housing goals. And also, I mean, people are talking about the historic nature of the area. There was a house directly across from my house built in 1905. I literally got 0 phone calls or emails when they tore that down. Nothing. That's Minnetonka Mills. It's right down the street. So, you know, and right now that section of the historic, what people are calling historic, is mostly an asphalt parking lot. The other thing is that each of these homes is really expensive. It's very, very expensive. They're, you know, inching up towards $700,000 a piece, which should make people in the neighborhood where some of the homes are that much or more, and some of them, like mine, are half that. These are valuable homes. These are valuable, brand new homes that, by the way, are a lot bigger than my house for some of the units that they're talking about. So they're beautiful homes that will give people a place to live. You know, our professionals, our teachers, our firefighters. I love the idea that there might be a way to upgrade the playground because the church did relinquish control of that land. I like that there will be an HOA that maintains the property. I like that it will be owner occupied and can't be sublet. I like that there are sustainability features like solar that are part of the project. And I just want to say also that there are neighbors that feel like they're going to be impacted, and they will be impacted. And I especially think of the Koenigs, who are the most decent, kind, thoughtful people. And it's a huge change for them. And so when people came up to the Planning Commission and were talking about, you know, or wrote later that it was fear-mongering when people said that, you know, you're talking about hypotheticals, what if this, why are you talking about what if? Well, the Koenigs never thought in a million years that there would be 10 or 4 townhomes and 2 duplexes or whatever right next door, 10 units. They never thought they'd be surrounded. Change does happen, and so what I want to do is make sure that we are achieving our affordable housing goals while, you know, understanding that there are unintended consequences. Things happen, and the project, you know, might not get funded. And so if we had changed the comprehensive guide plan, it really would have had some really significant unintended consequences for that property. So I think all in all that I'll save my comments about the finances for the next conversation, but that's what I have so far. So basically, and with a little trepidation, because it is my neighborhood, I am for this project. Thank you.
So I guess my turn. And based upon the votes, I really don't have to say anything because it's clear that there are enough votes to support this. But those of you who know me know I can't quite let you off the hook that easily, although Ms. Wishnack is hoping that I do. So, change is hard. You're looking at up here at 7 people who are in the change management business. That's really our job. And so if we don't want to make the tough decisions, we shouldn't be doing this. And, we are here, our job, I've learned a lot of things, I've been doing this for a long enough time, that people who come before a city council or call me up on the phone, they really want me to agree with them. They really want that. But you know what? What they really care about is that they're heard and listened to. Even if I don't agree with them. If I show them the respect to listen to their perspective and then make a decision that's different than what they want, most people are okay with that because this is about respect. And, I have to agree with what Councilmember Shack and others have said. This has really been sausage making. It's been pretty ugly on both sides. And it would be nice that when this is done, with whatever decision ultimately gets made, and we kind of know which one will get made, that maybe there would be some people saying, you know what, I apologize. I let the ends justify the means. And I was wrong. And I apologize for some of the things that I said, either in a conversation or in social media. Now, I'll tell you, I don't know what was said in social media because I don't look at it. But most of my council members do. And I think we really need to be cognizant that we are a community. And, there's, I started out, I jotted some things down. I wanted people to understand the roles because I think that's been confusing. The applicant tonight is Habitat. They are the developer of this proposal. The church has been involved a lot, but what they really are is they're selling their property. They're the property owner and they're selling the property. It's unusual for a property seller to be involved in the process to the degree the church isn't. But I would also admit that the project wouldn't exist if the church hadn't taken the initiative. So it's a little bit different ballgame. But, I think it's about respect. And I think we really need to be respectful to one another. And if we did something that was a little out of line, I got a note from Mr. Koenig who said, you know what? I was raised better than that. I got mad the other night and I was raised better than that. And I apologize. And I went and sat in his living room and he said the same thing over again. And I said, well, the fact that you sent me that note tells me that you were probably raised pretty right. And I think we should all examine how were we raised and how do we expect to treat one another? I've been a little cynical about the love makes room theme. I started out thinking about, slogans are powerful. And I'm a marketing guy. And if I throw out a slogan, I could expect that you would know what brand I'm talking about. If I say, it's the real thing, you know what I'm talking about. If I said, from the land of sky blue waters, you'd know what I'm talking about. Well, I think that we need to be intellectually honest. And the church is getting close to $700,000 for that land. When I first heard about this project and the numbers weren't out, I was under the impression that the church was donating the land. Now, that's a big ask. I'm not saying they should. But, what makes projects happen, love helps, but it's the money. And we're going to talk about the financing in a little bit. But it's the money that makes projects happen, whether it's done by a nonprofit or Donald Trump. It's the money that makes projects happen. And that's really what we're talking about. And if there were no money involved in this thing, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So I'm a little cynical about that slogan because I don't think that's what it was really all about. And so, I'm concerned about some of the inconsistencies that we've seen in this process. But at the end of the day, I look at things in terms of, will the city be better if we do it or if we don't? And, I was a ward council member for 20 years, or 15 years, excuse me. I don't want to overstate the case. But, and I wasn't a class, I was a business guy who somehow ended up being a council member, and that's a separate story. But I always tried to take a strategic view. If a project benefited the entire city at the expense of my ward, I was okay with that. I felt what I want to do is what is best for the entire city. Now, change is going to happen, and change is uncomfortable. But the reality is, change needs to happen. There is a housing crisis in the United States and in Minnesota. But I wanted to share some statistics too, because I really do feel that our staff kind of got dragged through the mud and the blood on this thing. And if you read the editorial in the Strib that said, "Love makes room, but not in Minnetonka," that one really irritated me. I could use stronger terminology to describe what it did to me, but that one really bugged me. But if I look at how we do as a city in terms of affordable housing, I asked for some statistics here. So in the last 10 years, Minnetonka has developed 3,720 new homes, living units, of which 860, or over 25%, were affordable. Now, Minnetonka represents less than 1% of the population of Minnesota. And we have a housing crisis, and a lot of numbers get bandied about. I've testified at the Capitol and done all sorts of things. And a number that gets thrown around, that we are short 100,000 units of housing in Minnesota. It's a housing crisis. And people say, well, where does that number come from? It's huge. Well, I want to tell you something, that if every city in the state did what Minnetonka has done in the last 10 years, that would have been 394,000 units of housing and 91,000 units of affordable housing. If cities were like Minnetonka, we wouldn't have a housing crisis. But guess what? We got dragged through the mud and the blood because some housing advocates didn't like the fact that our staff made a recommendation that I agreed with, because I don't believe this became a good project until we did not need a comp plan change. Because as Councilmember Calvert discussed, there are projects that we've approved and they didn't get built. Why didn't they get built? Well, interest rates went up, developer went belly up, bad things happen. I can't predict what's going to happen tomorrow, and neither can Habitat, and neither can Mills Church, and neither can anybody else in this room. So we have to plan and manage against the unintended consequences of the unknown. That's part of our job. We are change management. That's our job. We do change management. So I'm going to tell you that I support this project and I'm going to vote for it. But I really hated this process. I really feel that there are bad actors throughout the process, and it's just a little bit embarrassing to think that that's happened in Minnetonka. So I support the project because it's a good project, and our city will be better off if we do this. But I would like to think that the next time we do this, we can do it better. And we can do it, I'm a Christian. I go to church on Sunday, and the thing that I'm commanded to do is love one another. Not love people who look like me, not people who have the same values, who vote for the same things I do. I'm supposed to love everyone. I'm supposed to love the people I don't like. And that's what we're called to do. And we need, and so as I look at this project, we need this project. Our city will be better off. It probably will create some discomfort for some people, but our community will be better off. And I feel my job in this role is to ensure that our community is better off. So sorry for preaching, but I'm pretty passionate about this, because I just think that we allowed the train to go off the track a little bit. And we can do better than that next time. So, I think we know, we don't have to vote on this. Let's go to the financing item. And Ms. Wishnack or anyone, do you want to say anything before we do that, or we'll just talk about the numbers?
Go ahead, Mayor.
All right, Councilor Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to keep it brief. You know, I think that when we look at the cost of affordability, and I thought that chart was really helpful, I think it makes a lot of sense. It's not lost on me that, you know, we've lost a couple big projects for a variety of reasons, market-related reasons. We lost a full affordability project several years ago because one piece of the puzzle didn't come together. I mean, it was a huge piece. It was some significant grants, but the city was going to put in. I mean, there were a lot of pieces of the puzzle. We appreciate all the pieces of the puzzle. The city on this project is a huge piece of this puzzle. And that is a testament to the commitment that these 7 people and the people that came before us, and I will call it by name, Ms. Wishnack and her tenacity in developing the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And I cannot understate how significant it is for us to have this. We are one of 3 cities in Minnesota that has this opportunity to fund projects this way. So I'm for it. This is a good use of this money, but it is a significant piece of making this project happen the way it happens, and the church is contributing. And you look at that list, there's 12 sources of funding on that list. And so I think this is great. And I think, I'm going to say it, we deserve a pat on the back for this contribution. And as the mayor said, you know, we haven't gotten that, and that's fine. I guess I'm a middle child, so I'm used to it. A middle child and a lawyer and a council member. So if you want to know where the chip on my shoulder came from, now you know. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Councilmember Coakley.
Yes, I want to say I commend all of the folks that contributed to the cost of building these units. And again, you know, I don't like all of the ways we got there. You know, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I don't like the 35% cap. I think that we can do better. However, it seems that this is what it's going to be. Like I said, it's a state issue. This is not a Minnetonka issue. It's a state issue. As we continue to talk about equity and a generational wealth gap, income gap, we look at minorities, we look at women, people of color, all of the things. As the gap, income gap continues to widen. When we talk about purchasing homes, I'm always thinking about that. I know some folks in here may not consider that, but I do, because it's important as we continue to create affordable housing and as we continue to make sure people have a place to stay. And so when I think about that cap, 35% cap, to make sure it's affordable for the next person who may purchase it. Some of these homes, land trust homes, never get sold because, you know, they can't, some people who live in these homes may not be able to ever move out to purchase another home because of affordability. We know the cost of homes are increasing, and so people purchase homes, and yeah, some people may stay in a home forever, but I think it's people ideal is this is a starter home, and yeah, we can say, oh, it's a starter home, and you can create enough wealth or equity to take that and go purchase another home. I told you my deal 2012, try to sell a home, $0. So you can't tell me that, because I've heard it from people in Minneapolis who own these homes. I've heard it from people in Minnetonka who own these homes. So you can't tell me that until I see it done or hear about it multiple times. But I've also heard that people couldn't do it. So you just never know. And so I know that we need the affordable housing. We need people to have home ownership and need a place to stay. So you're able to make it happen. Folks joined in and supported it, and our city supported. You know, I know everyone don't support it, and I commend everybody who came and spoke and said their piece on whether they support it or not. And I respect everybody and their views, and I just ask folks to respect my view. But tonight I am going to support it because I know that it is important for folks to have a place to stay. So I'll just say I support it. Thank you.
And who's next? Councilmember Wilburn.
So I just wanted to say before I forget, when I talked about zoning, I'm not in any way suggesting that we like get rid of all the zoning and have a free-for-all. Legally, we can't do that anyway. But even if we could, that's not what I'm suggesting. And the reason I even brought up the historical exclusionary process is when people say, well, these are the rules. We need to consider that the rules weren't always made fairly. And so when I'm thinking of when are times when we can make changes to the rules, and this is one of them, in that I also agreed with what people said about this being a reasonable place to have slightly increased density as we transition to the more commercial area. And I'll just pretty much echo what Councilmember Shack said about this is a reasonable use of funds, and also commending the staff and you know, in Minnetonka on what we have done. I'm just one of those people that we always can do more, right? So that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilburn. Councilmember Foster Bolton.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm just going to agree with my fellow council members, and also that it's a lot of money, and it seems daunting when you first hear that, and then but then when Ms. Wishnock said that it's within the range, it made me feel a little better about it. And I also really admire Ms. Wishnock. Seriously, I mean, it's largely brilliant what she does. It's incredible. So, I support this as well.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Romali, did you want to go, or anyone, or Councilmember Calvert? You good? I'm not trying to call on people, but I'm doing that.
I'm fine talking about it. So just, you know, once again, affordability is complex. And here in Minnetonka, land prices are so high. It is, even with lots of density, it is hard to make anything affordable. The kinds of variables that go into affordability have to do with the quality of the schools, the green space, the retail, the commercial, the job opportunities, transportation, quality infrastructure. We have all the things. It's why all of us live here. We actually live here, I'm sure all of us, because we wanted to live in a community that looks like this. And I work for the city of St. Paul, where they are trying to undo some of the harms that happen in urban settings, where you lose the green space and you just, you know, some of the quality of life issues aren't quite up to Minnetonka standards. They want more trees, they want more green space, they want this, they want that, because we have a great quality of life and we want to preserve it here. And that's why I felt, being where this is, that this transition to a higher density at this level made sense. In terms of the money, it's a lot of money. It's also very well within the bounds of what new construction costs, and that is the conundrum that our country finds itself in. There are some cheaper places to develop, but it's still, wherever you live, relatively expensive to develop. If it's not the land, it's the labor. If it's not the labor, it's the materials. So it's just very hard to develop. I would say, looking at, there was a chart that we saw earlier in Ms. Wishnak's presentation that showed the list of the different amounts that we contribute per unit for affordability, mostly in rental housing, but possibly in other kinds of housing too. And I happen to know that with homes within reach, it is about $510. So this is, you know, a little bit more than that. It's also a little bit different than most homes within reach homes, which are refurbished, existing, naturally occurring affordable homes. This is new construction. So in the context of how much we spend per unit, this is relatively, you know, at the lower end. You know, you think about the Burke, we fought for affordable units, more affordable units in the Burke, and that was over $4,500 per unit per year. So I feel like it's a good value. I do feel like the questions that the Economic Development Advisory Commission, of which I am the liaison from the council, asked some good questions about, you know, why certain things are so expensive and why, if the labor is donated, the homes are this much. I don't quite understand that. And I also have some uncomfortability. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with sort of the arrangement with a house of worship where they're essentially getting reimbursed by the city. But I will say that affordable housing, like the pastor in the back of the room mentioned before, you can't do this kind of project without somebody donating land, and it's very often a house of worship. So I'm willing to move forward on it because this is a pretty good value for the amount that we're putting in, even though I think we can see that the way affordable housing works needs a whole new paradigm in it, and density isn't the only answer to it. There are many factors that are going to go into it. And, you know, this kind of money year after year is going to be really hard to sustain. So, but in general, yes, I'm in favor of the funding.
Councilmember Romali, it's your turn.
All right, I will try to be succinct. I agree with most of the other comments here, especially the fact that this is expensive, but that's the environment that we're in right now. I look forward as well to talking about other out-of-the-box ways of thinking in the future that we can look at housing in this regard, especially affordable housing. I do want to say kudos, because I haven't yet, to the staff who deserve major kudos again for, as Councilmember Shack said, for creating the Affordable Housing Trust Fund that is allowing us to do that. And I did want to point out a couple of things, and a major thing is that as far as I can see here by the listing of the partners involved, is that after MHFA, which is the Minnesota Housing Finance Authority, which is contributing 14% to this project, Minnetonka is the second highest funder for this project, 11%. We're higher than Hennepin County Home Program, which I used to work on as affordable housing, and when I was working in affordable housing, higher than the Congressional Directed Spending, higher than CDFI, higher than XL Solar Rewards or IRA Solar, and higher than the amount of the donated land, or the discounted land, I should say, that Mills Church is offering. So again, that is something that the city is doing, and you know, I applaud my fellow council members as well as all of the partners who are contributing towards this project, and I hope that folks will recognize the place that Minnetonka is, the role that we are playing in this as well. So with that, I will support the financial request.
Councilmember Wilburn.
All right, I'll try to be quick. I just wanted to say that, so, you know, it's not my job to tell anyone how to feel or who to trust, but I haven't read all the news stories or heard all the news stories, and I haven't read the social media, so I don't know who said what. But I will say that I know a lot of people associated with the Love Makes Room, and the church is they are selling the land. They're selling the land at a discounted price, so that is a contribution to the affordability. And I know that a bunch of these people that are supporting this project are doing it out of love. So I just don't want it to. I don't want that to hang there. That you know, that slogan can't be trusted. That's just my personal view. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Wilburn. I think it's my turn. You know, and I will say that, you know, I looked at this a lot from a lot of different ways. And, you know, I'm shared some kind of visceral responses, but I know that people have been passionate about this project. I don't doubt anyone's sincerity or anything like that. But, you know, the biggest hurdle for me is the numbers. $673,000 per unit cost is causing me to say, you know what, this is not a sustainable model. If we are going to, I mean, I have to fess up. I live in a twin home. I live in a PUD. My twin daughters who have disabilities and I own the house that they live in is a twin home. When we were talking about all these different things, my thought was, how about twin homes? Because I think twin homes make sense. And when I look at, you know, if you go down Shady Oak Road and you look at some of the new houses that have been built in streets that have been cut off of Shady Oak Road, you know, there's some houses, they're very nice houses. And they're the same size or bigger than these twin homes where two people are going to live. So, you know, in terms of changing the character of the neighborhood, I'm having a hard time thinking it's, you know, this is a dramatic change in the neighborhood. But I am choking on $673,000 cost per unit. Yeah. When I look at where this funding is coming from, the majority of these dollars are taxpayer dollars. And I salute our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. But the reality is our taxpayers are paying that. I mean, if it's TIF, even if it's leftover TIF, the reality of it is those are taxpayer dollars. And so I take it very seriously. It's a reflection of Minnetonka's values that we are willing to put taxpayer dollars into projects like this. But I think they have to pass the smell test. And at $673,000, I'm not sure we're going to want to do too many more of these. And I think housing needs to be fundamentally reconsidered. The Strib the other day had a story about a house that was built in Maine. It was 3D printed. Now, did it look like a house that you're going to find in Minnetonka? No. Was it a reasonable place for somebody to live? Yes. And when you think about a house being made out of sawdust and glue and a piece of equipment, well, maybe that took a lot of labor out of building that house and made it much more affordable, because land is expensive, but the driver of this project is not the cost of the land. It is the cost of construction. And maybe, just maybe, stick-built construction is not the future of affordable housing, or any housing for that matter. And I want to challenge my fellow council members, but I want to challenge leaders in our state and Habitat and Homes Within Reach and any other organization that's contributing to this. We have to look at doing housing differently. One of the crises we have post-pandemic is that we've got beautiful new office buildings in Opus that don't have any workers. And the cost of converting a office building to a traditional apartment building is enormous. That's not the answer. But maybe what we have to do is rethink, what does housing look like? You know, I mean, I lived in a dorm. There's people in the military lived in barracks. it's not what you aspire to, but housing is fundamental. If people don't have a safe place to live, they have no chance. But if we continue saying, well, you know what? It's got to have a pitched roof, and it's got to have siding and maybe a little brick on the front, and it's got to have a certain amount of green space around it. We are not ever going to solve our housing crisis. We need to get creative. And I was thinking, what if you took an office building downtown and said, well, you can't turn it into apartments because, the elevators down the middle and all the restrooms and all those facilities are in the middle. You can't turn those into single family units into apartments. And you know what? You're probably right. What would happen if you said, well, affordable housing for some people, and I don't want to be biased in this, but what if affordable housing was a bedroom and a living area, and then you had a common area, and then in the middle of the building where the elevator is and the restrooms are, you had common restrooms and a common kitchen, and you built a community one floor at a time. I mean, I'm not saying that's the answer. I'm saying we need to get creative, because if we just think that we can only have houses and twin homes be the answers to affordable housing, and they're going to cost $700,000 a piece, we're talking to ourselves if we think we're going to solve the problem. So I'm going to support this tonight. I support spending this money, but I'll tell you what, and I'll also say that the project that the city is doing on Roland Road to provide a duplex and housings for 2 families, the numbers look the same. And we got the land pretty darn cheap. But the numbers look the same. So we have to get creative. We have to use the creative energies of what made this country the great country it is to find creative new solutions, because we need affordable housing. People who move here have no chance without housing. We owe them a solution on housing. But if we try and do it the same way we've been doing it, I think we will fail. And failure is not an option. So I support this project, but I'm going to choke on doing it again 2 years from now with the same numbers. We've got to find a better way. I really believe that. I'm committed. I'm committed to dedicating my effort and my time as a leader in our community and in this state to help that process. So I think, okay, I preach a lot tonight. I apologize. I think we need a motion. Don't all speak at once. Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to make the motion, but I was really waiting for maybe a slide to come up that said what the motion
me too.
to me.
Sorry.
Well, that is helpful.
My screen went away and I couldn't pull it up fast enough.
Okay, because I had already opened the EDA report. Let's see. I will make a motion to approve the land use items and the financing items. We're going to do this together, right?
Right.
Is that good enough? As recommended by staff. That's what we're approving.
Very good. So that's a motion by Councilmember Shack. Is there a second? Councilmember Wilburn.
I will second.
All right. We've got a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Wilburn. Ms. Falk, would you please call roll?
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Rameli,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Weirson.
Yes, motion carries. Thank you all. Item 15 is appointments and reappointments. We have none. And item 16 is adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn? Councilmember Calvert?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion by Councilmember Calvert, a second by Councilmember Wilburn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. But we do have an EDA meeting, which goes pretty quickly, but you don't have to stick around for it, but we're going to jump into that in just a moment.
We're good.
Why don't we do that?
Halftime, just end it.
Anybody need a 5-minute break?
Yeah, let's just do it. Then they can clear out and we can finish.
Yeah, we'll
I'm
let
good.
them. Just quick. 5 minutes.
7 minutes left in the third quarter. I don't think I'm going to make it that.
Hello, Jerry. Good to see you, Jerry. All right, everyone, we're going to get started. I know, it's good.
It worked out.
Oh, you're welcome. Well,
I have to ask about your daughters. How are they?
They're great.
We're on camera. Yep.
Excuse me, Mayor. Excuse me, Mayor and Council. We are on camera. If we can begin.
He didn't hear.
We're on camera.
All right, everyone. It is still Monday, May 6th, and I'm thankful for that. This is, and I expect that it will still be May 6th when we finish. So this is a regular meeting of the Economic Development Authority. It is Monday, May 6th. I will call this meeting to order, and I will ask Ms. Falk to please call roll.
Vermaley.
Here.
Coakley.
Here.
Foster Bolton.
Here.
Shack.
Here.
Wilburn.
Here.
Calvert.
Here.
Wearsome.
Here. Next item is approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve? Councilor Romali?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
And a second, Councilor Calvert?
Second.
We've got a motion by, and it's not council member now, it's Commissioner Romali and Commissioner Calvert. Ms. Falk, please call roll.
Vermaley.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes. Next item is approval of minutes. We have one set of minutes. It is the January 8, 2024 EDA meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve? Commissioner Wilburn?
I move approval of minutes from January 8th, 2024.
And is there a second? Commissioner
Second.
Calvert? So we've got a motion by Commissioner Wilburn and a second by Commissioner Calvert. Ms. Falk, please call roll.
Vermaley.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Item 5 is the business item, and 5A is items concerning Mills Twin Homes located at 3521 Baker Road and 3522 Elm Lane, and 2 unassigned addresses. Ms. Wishnak, I believe that is you.
Thank you, Mayor, or Commissioners, sorry, President
It's
and
okay.
Commissioners.
Mr. President, for you.
Mr. President, I got it. I just wanted to clarify kind of why the EDA works on this and the council. So on the council side, you're approving the use of the money through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That's a council action. This is actually the contract and approval for that contract by adopting the resolution implementing that. So hopefully that makes sense. We kind of did it all together for each one and kind of replicated it, but if you wanted to really parse it out, that's the difference between the two actions. So thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Wishnak. So that's it, right? That's your report? All right, we need a motion. Commissioner Calvert, or a question?
I just wanted to make a quick comment that on page 23 of the project information, which is also in the financial information for the previous meeting, I think there's a typo. And it might just be not understanding, but it says the developer releases from and covenants and agrees. So I think it's the developer releases from any covenants and agrees. And it's in both.
Thank you.
And I read it over and over. I'm like, is it just me? So, yeah.
And that could be covered by non-substantive changes to the contract, so we can cover that and fix that. Thank you for
Can you
that.
say that again?
It's non-substantive, so we can
Yes.
change that at a staff level, even if the contract is approved.
It was just hard to understand, so I circled it.
Thank you. So we've got, let's see, we've got a motion and a second, and we voted, correct, or no? We haven't voted. Okay. Ms. Falk?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Commissioner? I'll second. Okay, we've got Commissioner Calvert made the motion. Commissioner Wilburn seconded it. Ms. Falk, please call roll.
Romaili?
Yes.
Coakley?
Yes.
Foster Bolton?
Yes.
Shack?
Yes.
Wilburn?
Yes.
Calvert?
Yes.
Wearsome?
Yes, motion carries. Which brings us to everyone's favorite item, adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
That's my job.
Commissioner Wilburn?
I move adjournment.
And is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Calvert. So we've got a motion by Commissioner Wilburn and a second by Commissioner Calvert. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.